think we're live here. Testing, testing. Are we live? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. No one's joined yet, but we're going to be kicking things off here. Okay. So, as we're waiting for some people to join, I'm just going to start kicking things off. If people join, they'll be able to see. All right, so here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, I'm going to be diving into the post AI economics and value creation here. We're going to be discussing some really, really interesting ideas in this live stream. And really, the idea here is to spend some time to, I want to spend some time making sense of economics in our post AI world. That's going to be the core thing that we're looking at here. And I'm going to be going over some really freaking interesting ideas. And through this process, we are essentially going to be, developing out some ideas in real time. I'm going to be open sourcing my thinking process. And you're going to be able to see some of the things that I'm thinking about. So let's dive in now. All right, so let me go here. You can see my screen. Today, we're going to be diving into the metaphysics of value creation. So, this is going to be a lot of fun. So, first of all, what is the metaphysics of value creation? What is the metaphysics of value creation? So, here we go. I can't tell if it's working or not. I think we're live here, but it's unclear if people will be joining us and what that's going to look like. There we go. So, yeah, let's talk about the metaphysics of value creation. And let's talk about what does it look like to create value in the post AI economy. So this is not an easy question to answer. This is not an easy question to answer whatsoever, but I'm going to be attempting to do it in this live stream here. So, the metaphysics of value creation. We're going to be diving into understanding makers versus takers, the commons, through the lens of a book called Immanent Metaphysics. So this is going to be a very, very deep exploration of. It's going to be a very deep exploration of what value creation looks like in the AI age. And so fundamentally, there are three modalities for value creation. There's the immanent, the omniscient, and the transcendent. So the immanent we can see as that like being within, right? So if the transcendent is above, if the omniscient is like all knowing, the immanent is within, right? So we see this in the realm of interaction, relationship, and reality itself. What happens between self and world? The commons exist here. So this is if you're interacting with various different people. If you're relating with them, rally perceptions. So what we're going to be talking about today is how do we understand value creation in the AI age, and how do we understand, what does it take to provide value in the AI age? So there's a couple core economic and sociological topics that I want to go into today. The most common one is this idea of the maker versus the taker. And so we live in this society right now where to create value, to operate from the transcendent, from trying to create value into the world, we're essentially creating value for what is called the commons. And you can think of the commons like the collective or everyone in our society. And so the ideal is that you would feed the commons, you would add value into the commons through genuine creation and expression. So what does that mean, right? I am going to, as an entrepreneur, create a system of value that or create value in the market, and then I'm going to exchange that value for money, and I'm doing that as a maker. And so we live in a society now where the taker has become more valuable than the maker. The taker extracts value. They operate from a place of neediness, of deservingness, and they claim that because I'm human, I deserve to deplete the commons and I don't have to work and I should be making money for free. This is kind of the core idea of universal basic income. So what I want to make sense of today in this live stream, the goal of this is very much to open source my thinking and to be thinking through these ideas live, and to try to make sense, fundamentally to try to make sense of these ideas live on a call. And so we can think of it like this. So there's the makers and the takers. So the commons is kind of like all of the commons, right? So it's cities, it's the society that we live in, and the philosophical question that we'll be diving into is: do humans deserve to lay claim on that commons, or must they create value and exchange it for something of equal value, and then as a result, get rewarded by the commons? And fundamentally, the idea that I'm going to be setting forth is that we need to create a culture. The post-AI age is going to be one where we transition back to this idea of the maker creating value, exchanging it for value, whereas right now we're in the economy of the taker, right? And so to set the stage, I want to go into the three largest value flows. The three largest value flows are the following. Is there anyone on this? Yeah, there's someone listening in. This is fun. So the three largest value flows. So right now, most of society, you can think of it like this. You go from most people, the transfer of value has been humans extract value from nature. So from nature into humanity, then from the past into the future. If our ancestors created value, then they passed it on into the future generations. And from production into reproduction, you produce value, and then you start a family and reproduce, right? So the great inversion, and this is not a coherent narrative, but the great inversion, the maker versus the taker, is that before 2008, this idea is from Forrest Landry. This idea that 2008, the financial crisis, was this inversion point where before 2008, we were valuing makers, right? If you create value in society, you get rewarded for it. That's seen as a high status thing. And whereas if you just take value from the commons, from the collective, that's shamed. But we had this inversion in 2008 where now those who can extract and co-opt the most amount of value, whether in the most corrupt ways, are seen as more valuable and high status than those that actually make value. So ultimately, this is what depletes the commons and causes civilization to collapse. When taking is rewarded over making, then the commons, civilization itself, begins to deplete. So what is the core idea here? AI as the amplifier. So AI is fundamentally the amplifier here, where AI excels at omniscient functions but lacks genuine transcendent capacity. It has pattern without self-existence. So let's dive into some of these ideas. So AI is kind of seen as this omniscient thing. AI is, at least people are starting to relate to it in this way of, it's this kind of like omniscient thing that's all-knowing. It's trained on all data. It's ultimately intelligent, and it's going to help us make better decisions. It's going to help us make better choices, and ultimately AI amplifies whatever orientation you bring to it. So the AI amplification choice is fundamentally that you can either amplify creation or extraction optimization. Extraction optimization is taking, and creation is making, right? And so fundamentally, the question is how do we engage with the economy and relate with the economy and relate with the culture and with the world in such a way that we are amplifying the ability to make and create value, not the ability to extract value. And this is a big question, one that I do not have the answer to, but that I want to workshop here to try to get a little bit closer to the answer. So there's a lot of different pieces that we must bring in here that I think are important. So there's the head, the heart, and the gut, right? So the head is kind of like AI, right? So AI is being built from the head, right? So build the most intelligent brain that can analyze the world, that can recognize patterns, and that we can measure, did it work? This is like the ultimate goal of data. This is omniscient, right? And eventually, later we're going to go into what we'll call the three modalities: immanent, omniscient, transcendent. So omniscient is like AI. Transcendent is, we'll go into that in a minute, but the immanent is like within. So there's these philosophical ideas that I believe we can use to understand AI and the culture that we live in, right? So the heart is relationship, connection, presence. What is happening right now? And there are failure modes on both sides of this. If we over optimize for the head and rationality and pattern recognition without the heart, what does that lead to? Well, that fundamentally leads to an economy where extraction is optimized over everything else. Now, if you focus on the heart, and that's the only thing that you're focused on, fundamentally what will happen at that point is you will optimize for the heart, but it will be of detriment to the head, and you will basically put feelings and emotions on a pedestal, and you can't engage meaningfully in the world when feelings are the ultimate truth. When, oh, I feel like this way, therefore it is true. And this is what's happening in our culture right now. We've put the heart over the head, right? So we originally, you know, the head, the kind of revolution of the you know the rational revolution, where the scientific revolution is putting the head on a pedestal, and now we're in a place where the heart is on a pedestal, and you kind of see this kind of like political correctness, just you know if you try to argue with someone, they'll be like, well, I feel differently. Well, that basically says my feelings are the arbiter of truth, and therefore if I feel differently from you, then you have to respect that. But that's ultimately also just as much of a trap as putting the head and rationality on a pedestal. And so then we get the gut, right? Intuition, will, creation. What capacity am I developing, right? And so ultimately the goal here is that we want to harmonize the head, the heart, and the gut. Because if we harmonize the head, the heart, and the gut, what does that mean? If we harmonize the head, the heart, and the gut, what that means is that we're living in a world that, yeah, it's we are using the head, but we're also taking into account the heart. And so the virtue in the fit container, so the humility prerequisite. To become virtuous requires willingness to be other than what you are. Humility is the recognition that you need to change, that the container must be shaped before the work can flow. And then we go into the generative commons. When people work on their own virtue, the commons becomes generative. This is the opposite of extraction. Ultimately, what happens when people work on their own virtue? So the idea here, I believe, is that a post-AI economy must be one that's characterized by the cultivation of capacity that enables genuine giving. What do we mean by this? The opposite of extracting value out of the world is cultivating genuine capacities that add value to the world and that enable me to genuinely give my value to the world, to genuinely give, right? And so we're in this world with, this shaming paradox, right? Where we're shaming the shamers, So our society has reached this self-destructive pattern where shame begets shame, right? I feel ashamed because the people that are, telling me that because of my, certain virtues or values, I should be shamed. So how does one fit into a post-AI world? You must become a fit container. A person must become a fit container for work to pass through them. This means developing the virtue, humility, and capacity that allows creation to flow, not claiming credit over it, right? So how do you become a fit container? The idea is not to extract value from the marketplace, but to become a fit container for work to pass through them, where you are you are cultivating the mastery of skills. You are humble enough to understand that you're not good at these skills yet, and you're trying to cultivate the capacity that allows you to create more value. Not laying claim or laying credit to the money that's already in the marketplace, but enabling passage of that. And so that brings us to, is there anyone in this? Yeah, there's someone watching. That's cool. What's up, one person? All right, so why AI attracts capital? So the idea is like, where's the economy going? How does one position themselves in it? And in order to answer that question, we must first understand where the economy is at, where the economy is going, and how do we relate to the fundamental problems that we're facing as a society. So why is AI being so hyped up and potentially in a bubble right now? Well, essentially the financial reason is that you look at AI, and whereas before you might have invested in a business and you would hope to get like a 10x return. Well, now AI is the ultimate extraction opportunity because it promises that you can essentially build a machine that replaces employees, that instead of paying for an employee to align their choices to me and to create value by aligning their choices with me, AI offers the same bargain at a fraction of the cost, which means that the ROI is potentially 10,000x, 10,000x, whereas before it might have been 100x, right? And ultimately, every AI company has realized, and they built up these war chests they have a bunch of money in their bank accounts. And fundamentally, they realized that they wanted to invest in something that's going to give them a high ROI. And then AI came along and it became this winner-take-all dynamic where if you win, you will literally be a multi-trillionaire. And so therefore, all the money is flooded into the market because we've realized that if you win the game, then you'll become a multi-trillionaire. So what is the psychological reason this? Humanity has lost faith in its own capacity to make collective choices. It's better to trust the machine than other corporate bureaucrats is the idea. And so the fundamental problem that we are facing today is this abdication of choice. The profound confusion between causation and choice leads to delegating decisions to systems that have no genuine agency. And so what do we mean by this? So there's fundamentally, if I were to draw this out, there's fundamentally a couple things to understand. So we can understand this kind of like a triangle. We can understand this like a triangle. So fundamentally, we're in a world right now where there's three things going on: choice, change, and causation. Choice, change, and causation. And what do we mean by this? So we have choice up here. We have choice up here. We have change. And then we have causation. So right now the world is changing really fast. We live in a world right now which could be characterized by modernity, or this idea, modernity or technology as the highest, as the most valuable thing to shoot for. So we live in a society where modernity and technology is the North Star. Well, what does this mean? And how do we even characterize what modernity is? So we essentially live in this world where, let me go back to these core ideas that I was working on earlier. So there's kind of this core idea that, let me actually, so there's this core idea of modernity, which basically says that causation is the only way to solve problems. So So we have this choice, change, causation triangle. Causation basically means cause and effect. If this, then that. This is essentially logic. And what we know is that everything in our world is based on this idea that the everything is cause and effect, if then everything is logical. And so therefore we have made the assumption that because AI, that if humans can't solve global crises, so maybe AI can, because AI can do cause effect logic better than we can. That's the core fundamental premise here. And so what does that mean? Can will causation, cause and effect, logical ways of thinking actually solve the problems that we face as a society? I'm not sure, but that's what our entire culture is betting on right now. And so change is this idea that rather than trying to control the world, what if we could, rather than trying to control the world, we just become okay with change, right? This is the kind of Buddhist idea or Taoist idea. It basically is this idea that, rather than trying to change the world to your whims, how do you live in the world where you accept impermanence? You accept impermanence, and you become more okay with change. And then now we go up to choice here. And so how do we think of, so from an economic point of view, from the post AI world in value creation, ultimately the idea is it all relates to how do we make good choices, right? Because what we do understand is that, how do we make good choices? What we do understand is that it's extremely difficult to make good choices. Why? Because the world is so crazy complex. That is just a truth of the matter. The world is extremely complex, right? And it's not getting any simpler. In fact, we could say that the world is only becoming increasingly complex by the year, because we can say that technology fundamentally creates more complexity. And so therefore, making good choices, whether about livelihood or career, whether about career, whether about just like what we're doing in the world, is becoming more difficult. And so the question is, how do we actually make good choices? Do we have anyone? We got a couple people watching. What's going on? And so do we trust machines with the ability to make all of our choices, or should we trust ourselves? How do we figure out what is true? And so we fundamentally are in a world where, how do you add value into the world in a way that does, there's, okay, so that we have to go and do some context. If we are to kind of solve the problem of how do you make good choices in the world as it gets increasingly complex, we have to have some backstory here. So there's this idea. It's kind of a libertarian idea, but I don't think it's fully complete, and I'm not going to say that that's the solution. But there's this fundamental shift that we have to make, where right now, before you'd say we all give to the commons, we all create value into community, and then if we make value, that's good. And if someone takes more value from the commons than they give, they're shamed. If someone gives more value than they take, that's good. But we're currently in a world where most people are saying, I'm a victim, I deserve more, life is hard, I deserve to be able to live without creating value. And this is essentially the world we live in today, where value is claimed through need. So because I need value, then therefore I should get it. It's not earned through actually creating value. And so fundamentally, this is a broken idea. Deservingness reverses this idea of causality, claiming the effect or the reward can precede the cause or the creation. So if we go back to this kind of like cause and effect, there's this logical fallacy that because I need money, therefore I should get it because because I am because I need it. But this fundamentally breaks this chain, because just because you need money does not mean that you should get it. You still have to. We Causation is still true. You still have to create value so that you can create the effect of getting money to survive, right? And this is a very Ayn Rand idea. When lack becomes the currency of claim, the system rewards depletion over creation, and then the commons becomes depleted. A morality that holds need as a claim holds emptiness, non-existence as its standard of value. It rewards an absence, a defect, weakness, ability, inability, incompetence. So just as I support, so there's a shift that is going to need to be made on an individual level. Is just as I support my life neither by robbery nor alms, but by my own effort, so I do not seek to derive my own happiness from the injury of the favor of others. From what do I deserve? Rather than asking what do I deserve from the economy, you need to ask what can I create. This is just a very, very simple idea. There's nothing crazy in here, but I want to go back to this idea. So AI is currently seen, because we live in such an extraction-based economy, AI is seen as an extraction engine. AI is seen as this omniscient thing that can recognize patterns, that can optimize, and that can create so that I can have more money. But this fundamentally creates a problem, because you still have this kind of like war between makers and takers, those who create value with AI and those who take value with AI. And you absolutely will have people in the marketplace. You could argue that OpenAI is already one of these companies who's starting to transition from making value and creating a genuinely, like useful chatbot or something like that, to something that takes value, that is going to start to exploit its users, cause AI psychosis, put ads in their chatbots, and they're claiming, that eventually you have to make and then you start taking, right? And so AI is going to amplify either, but where you need to head is you need to essentially learn how to be a maker with AI. And that doesn't just mean making and writing code. That means like making businesses, making stuff like this. And this is what we can call the transcendent spark. You have these transcendent ideals. You have to come up and create new value. And a lot of AI will be used to handle the mechanical aspects of creation. If I'm going to create a business, there's a lot of kind of just like brute force work that needs to happen. But I still need to be able to use it as a creation tool. Whereas a lot of people, they'll see AI and they're like, oh, I can make money. How can I make it? Well, like, could I like extract more value from other people and become a taker and claim more value from the commons and commoditize something, right? And that is the fundamental trap. And so we're kind of in what I would like to call the victimhood economy, where before creation, value is earned through contribution. Now it's values earned through suffering, and because I am suffering the most, I need the most. Need becomes the currency. I deserve because I lack. The more that you make, the more I deserve of your money. This is kind of the fundamental thing where we see this wealth inequality gap. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. In fact, I don't think it's a good thing. But then the solution that a lot of people come up with, is this idea that because there's wealth inequality, therefore the masses they need more, and therefore they should be able to lay claim to the wealth of the rich, right? And I don't fundamentally think this is true. But then the loudest victim wins, not the most productive contributor. And so when you see that trading is done not by consent but by compulsion, blah, 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 here's a quote. So there's this hopelessness spiral. And so I just really want to set the psychological foundation to essentially show that how can we create a beautiful world with AI? Fundamentally, this is an economic and a political question, because most people are in this hopelessness spiral. And I believe that if you relate to AI from this feeling of hopelessness, I am owed money because I'm suffering. I'm not going to build or create value. I'm dependent on the system. I don't have any skills, any agency, any option. Anyone that creates value, I resent them. They owe me because they have more than me. And this is ultimately externalizing blame And it's creating a world where all your agency is being surrendered. The system did this to me. All the responsibility that I have is being projected outwards. Um, Capitalism, patriarchy, boomers, change is impossible. You cannot fix what you don't own. When everything is someone else's fault, nothing is within your power to change. And this is where we're currently at. And so the math here is pretty simple. Um, if we have more people that are trying to lay claim to the commons than the people that are creating value, then society slowly declines. Because ultimately, every generation must put in more than they take out. This is how civilization compounds: knowledge, infrastructure, and institutions. And so, I'm gonna get to this, and I'm gonna go back to the kind of choice, causation, change, and how our entire society is built on this idea that technology is going to save us. And I think technology is fucking amazing, and I love AI, but I don't think AI is not necessarily the solution to all of our problems. It AI will amplify the problems of society and will basically reveal the stress fractures of our society way faster um, than we would have otherwise found them. And so I believe that AI is either going to lead to civilization collapse, or it's going to lead to this might not be a separate, this might not be different, but civilization restructuring, right? So ultimately, if AI is amplifying the problems because it's basically increasing the amount of leverage that every human has, then any problems that society has or that are currently in our social systems are going to be revealed quite a lot faster than they currently are. And so, how can we as human beings both prepare for that from the perspective of what choices do I make as an individual? How do I make good choices? The world is crazy complex. Technology creates more complexity. How do I make a good choice when it comes to my livelihood and my career? That is not an easy question to answer. Right? So if I go back to this metaphysics, what we're witnessing is a massive debt consuming past generations' contribution, refusing the future. There's declining birth rates, and people are not having as much hope in the future. We're starting to get this kind of hopelessness spiral as a collective, especially in the U.S. I don't know about other countries, but privilege, exploitation, you didn't build that. Basically, if you're successful, then that's seen as a bad thing. And we're celebrating non-contribution. The quiet quitting, anti-work, self-care, work is seen as oppression. So if more people claim and try to claim value than create value, we're basically in this world where we will deplete the commons and civilization will collapse. And so if claiming is seen as good, fewer people are going to create value, and that's exactly the spiral that we're in right now. And this is a death spiral. And so this is what is called modal confusion. So the victim mentality is modal rejection. Victimhood is fundamentally a rejection of the transcendent modality, or refusal to accept that you must make yourself through choice and creation. That who you are as an individual is not something that is you're just born with. You have to be self-making. And this doesn't mean, I'm not saying like pick yourself up by your bootstraps kind of mentality. What I'm saying is that a good society, or rather, how do you create value in a post-AI economy? What is value creation in the post-AI economy? Fundamentally, the only way to create value in the post-AI economy, and it's no different than the economy that we're in right now. You always have to be looking at it from the perspective of what can I create? What can I contribute? What is within my power? Whereas most people today, this happened to me. What am I owed? Who is to blame, right? But you cannot optimize your way to meaning. You cannot claim your way to self-worth. You cannot extract your way to genuine creation. And most of the wealth in today's society is being extracted. We're saying, how do we extract more? Most people, when I say, how do I get rich? They're saying, how can I extract, not how can I create? And so, but the problem with this is that if you're trying to claim ownership and trying to get universal basic income or something like this, then we're fundamentally in this world where you cannot live a meaningful life without creation, without self-creation. That's fundamentally how it works. And so what can you do as an individual? You cannot fix the culture, but you can choose your orientation. First, we must recognize the inversion. We must see the victim narrative for what it is, a claim on the wealth of other people without contributing anything myself. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Then we must personally choose the maker orientation. Looks like we still have someone here hanging out. What's going on? You must choose the maker orientation. So whether or not you currently have something, you must create regardless of whether other people see that as valuable. The creation itself is the reward. External validation is the omniscient modal. Creation is the transcendent. We'll go into that in a second. I'm actually going to go in here into Claude and say, help me understand how is the omniscient modal and creation is the transcendent. So what I'm doing on this Zoom call, and the goal of this is to make sense of these concepts live. And so ultimately, like, I don't have all the answers, but what I want to do is I want to take some of these ideas and I want to map them out and try to understand them and work live on this call, on this live to understand them. So we can kind of see it as this. So if I'm looking to others as to get external validation, then I'm saying, am I valuable? I'm looking outside for the answer. I'm saying, I'm checking likes, views, comments, what other people are saying. This is fundamentally observational. You're trying to detect or measure your value as if it were an external fact. Ultimately, where you need to get to as an individual, and how do you create value in the AI economy? You need to fundamentally see that the only way you can that value creation being the key word here. It's not like value extraction or, how can other people reflect back to me my own value? It's value creation, and the creation is the transcendent modality of self-choice and origination. It's the realm of what could be brought into existence through my own will. Creation is the transcendent because it originates from within. It brings something new into existence that wasn't there before. And you must realize that it's not like everything that could have ever been brought into existence is already brought into existence. No. I can actually create something new into existence. It requires choice, deciding to make something regardless of external permission. When you create, you're not asking, am I valuable? You're declaring value into existence throughout action. You're the source, not the observer. So what is modal confusion? It's this confusion about how to interact with things, right? So if we choose this maker orientation to create regardless of whether it's being honored, this is how we step into that new world. And AI can be seen as a creation amplifier. We're not trying to optimize for how much money we can extract from other people. We're trying to figure out how we can amplify creation and amplify the amount of value that we're offering. And so how do we actually do that? We build independent of these systems, right? So the systems in our world, in society, these capitalist systems that we are a part of are increasingly captured by taker dynamics. What do we mean by this? Our systems are increasingly captured by the dynamics of people that say, I need to optimize how I can extract value rather than create value. And so how do we kind of step out of this as an individual? We must build the capacity to create that doesn't depend on institutional or social validation. We need to find other makers. The commons will still exist with small groups of net contributors. We must find them, build with them. The future belongs to those who create it. And so here's a quote. Do not let your fire go out. Spark by irreplaceable spark. Do not let the hero in your soul perish in lonely frustration, for the life you deserved and had never been able to reach the world you desire can be won and exist. It is real. That's a little bit cheeky, but I want to go on to the next part. So there's a couple other things that I want to go into here. So I'm gonna get a little bit metaphysical here, but trust me, it'll all relate together. So there's kind of these core ideas. There's this idea of the transcendent modality of creating, of making versus taking, right? So I want to explore how the three fundamental relationships of the type between self and world, how we exist within the world above and beyond our frames of reference. So I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey here, but if you're with me, you're going to if you're with me, you're going to it's going to be a lot of fun. Let me make sure that, hold up here. Testing. Yeah, is the I think the audio is still coming through. I just wanted to make sure that the audio is coming through. All right, so the transcendent does not mean moving into another dimension, but rather getting outside of our current frame of reference, right? We're trying to transcend our current frame of reference. So ultimately, we can understand reality as this triad, right? You have the immanent, which is within the frame. So we are currently living in a world. We are immanent within the world, within the frame of reference. Then you have omniscient, which is like taking an external view on things, of everything that you're like looking at the world from an outside in, but you're seeing everything. Whereas transcendent is you're not within the frame, you're not above the frame, but you're beyond the frame, right? And so ultimately, these are the three different ways that we can relate to things. So immanent is the relations where both self, and I know we're getting really philosophical and abstract here, but just stay with me because this is all going to relate. It's all going to tie together. Immanent is a relation where both self, where both self and other exist within the frame of reference in the experiment, where causality flows and time unfolds. Omniscient is a relation where the observer exists external to the observed frame. Structure is fixed, static, and defined entirely from outside, and transcendence relation with no position, no specific point of reference or context. So why is this important, right? This is the experiential domain. The immanent modality describes relations that occur within a shared frame of reference. Both observer and observed exist in the exact same world, subject to the same rules of causation. In immanent relations, there is mutual visibility. Each party can perceive and be perceived by the other. Actions flow naturally between them and through causal change. This is the world of creating value, exchanging with other people. This is the immanent world. This is the experiential world. This is the domain of direct experience. This is the domain of seeing a tree, touching water, speaking with another person, the fundamental mode of being in the world. This is where we create shared context, where we are seeing things as they connect. Now we have the external. Think of this like an author creating a fictional world. That's like the omniscient perspective. And so, where was I? The omniscient modality describes relations where the observer exists outside the observed frame of reference. The observer can see what those within the frame cannot. So this is how the AI companies are essentially trying to this is the frame that they're trying to take on all of humanity right now. An author writing characters has an omniscient relation to their story. The author sees all perspectives, knows all futures, yet remains invisible to the characters themselves. The structure of what is observed is fixed and determined from this external vantage point. There's no vector of time. All moments are equally accessible, right? So now we're going to get to how this relates to AI and the different things that, we can view between money, power, and AI, right? Where we can view money as the capacity, increased capacity to make choices. And there's a lot of ways that this will relate to AI, but I want to set the frame here first. So you have the omniscient. Then we have the positionless relation. The transcendent modality describes relations that have no position, no specific point of reference or context. So those relations exist outside of all frames. You can think of it like this. You have this, it's things that are true in all times and all places. Mathematical logics, truths, logical necessities, certain metaphysical principles. Transcendent relations have no time or space components, but are based upon either on measures of similarity and difference altogether. They're defined internally to themselves. That's true everywhere. And so let's take the computer science example, software and hardware. So where is the software? From the perspective of the software, the hardware has no locus, no position. A programmer does not find physical transistors in the data and files representing program logic. The hardware is invisible to the program, yet supports it at all points. The relation of the program to the hardware is effectively transcendent. And this is what we're seeing with AI, right? We're building all these data centers, which are effectively in relationship to ChatGPT, are a transcendent modality. Neither completely controls the other. There's an interdependence of causality. They are both worlds unto themselves, which each have an equal degree of realness associated with them. There's no common position, right? You can also think of it as the viewer in the photograph. Consider the sort of a relationship involved in looking at a photograph. Imagine a picture of two people sitting on a beach. You are viewing this photograph, right? And there's, the omniscient is you are looking at it. The transcendent is the scene. So the viewer, the photograph, and immanent relationship both exist within the frame. I think that's actually too weird of an example. Let me move on to the next one. The map and the territory. When you walk through a forest, you are immanent within it, experiencing trees, sounds, the path beneath you. You are in the territory. A map of that same forest represents an omniscient view, seeing the whole structure from outside. All paths are visible at once, reduced to symbols and abstractions. Now, the relationship between what the map represents and what the territory is correspondence. It exists transcendently, as it has no position in either frame. So you have the territory, the map, and the transcendent correspondence between them. You can think of it also as a dreamer in a dream. When you dream, you exist immanently as the dreamer. You are sleeping in the bed, breathing, existing in the waking world. The dream world itself is related to you omnisciently. You create it, you contain it, yet within the dream you forget you are the dreamer. The relationship between your waking self and your dream self is the transcendent modality. So there's a lot of examples here, but how does this relate to money, power, and AI? So how do these modalities illuminate the dynamics of money, power, and artificial intelligence? This is where it gets interesting. So we can think of money as the capacity to make choices. Why do we see money as the capacity to make choices? Fundamentally, we see it that way because the more money that I have, the more choices and optionality that I have. If I have $1 million, I can now buy a house. I can now go on a vacation. I can now go out to a nice dinner and maybe even buy the whole restaurant. The amount of things that I can do when I have a lot of money are a lot higher. That is why money is seen as the capacity to make choices. Money represents the capacity to make choices, and it exists as an abstraction that exists transcendently across all specific transactions. Having a bunch of money doesn't mean that I can only buy good food. Money is an abstraction, which means I can now buy anything. I have more choices, more optionality. And so now let's go into AI. AI produces causal outputs that simulate choice. The confusion between causation and true choice leads to abdicating human agency to systems that operate above us. And so what do we actually mean by this? I can see that might be a little bit hard to understand. So ultimately, AI is giving us the ability to simulate choice, right? Whereas before, I might have to hire an employee who's going to basically, if I run a business and I'm the only business owner, right? I am the one that is making every single choice within that business. I literally have to make every single choice within that business. Now with AI, and now if I hire someone into the business, what does that mean, right? How is that going to work? If I hire someone into my business, now I am offloading my choices onto them. I'm saying, hey, here's a system that I built that helps me make choices. I want to move to a higher order of leverage where I am making choices on something that has more impact. And therefore, I want to delegate to you the ability to make choices within this narrow domain that support my ends, right? And ultimately, that is, but what AI promises is that now instead of offloading it to a human where I have to pay them $75,000 a year, I have to give them insurance, I have to pay them, whatever. Now I can give that to an AI, and the price of electricity and ChatGPT costs are a lot less than $75,000 a year. And that's why these AI companies are fundamentally going all in on AI. They're seeing it that AI basically creates the capacity to offload my choice making onto someone else in a more effective way, right? And so how does this all relate? So let me go back to this. There we go. So let me go over here. Where was I at? Triad of being, relations of being. So if we can think about this in a new way, want, need, and desire, right? So if we're going to the AI age, we all want to make money. We all want to make money in this new great AI economy. We all want to survive. We all want to make good choices. Do we need to make money? Yeah, well, we need to survive somehow. We desire a lot of things. So how do I know if I'm acting from want, need, or desire? And I know this might be a little bit incoherent, but this is me trying to make sense of these things live and to work them out in my head. So let's try to understand this. Need originates inside, it resolves inside, right? So physical growth. I need to maintain physical health. I need to learn. I need to digest food. I need to heal my body. What do I want? This originates outside, right? I want to buy things. I want status. There's these things that I don't necessarily need. They're not like physical needs that I have to do in order to keep myself alive. There's things that I want. And then what is desire, right? So then desires are essentially, they originate at the boundary and they would get resolved at the boundary. So what do I desire? Connection, the dance between self and others. So the things that I desire originate in relationship with others. Connection, play, the joyful exchange at the interface of being, communication, relationship, right? And so the world is always changing, right? And so fundamentally, the Buddhist idea is that if I become too attached to these forms and they change, then it's likely that I'm going to suffer. And suffering results from that attachment, not from the things in and of themselves, right? So let me go, not the things in and of themselves. So how can I appreciate the world without depending on it, without being attached to it? So if we think about this as self-actualization, we can think of it like this. Self-actualization is not the goal. There's actually world actualization, becoming part of a creation greater than themselves. And this is where I think what AI gives us, right? It's not only what do I want in the world and what do I desire. It's how do I access flow state, and how do I create so that I'm offering even more value in the world that I'm taking, so that my being is net positive to life, that I'm creating more value. And if we get skillful with desire, wants, and needs to get resolved along the way. So let me go back to the where is it at? The Excalibur whiteboard. There we go. So this is what I want to dive into now. So choice, causation, and change. So if we understand that our society has put technology as the North Star, our society has essentially said that the only way to solve our problems is by being more logical and rational, and that and we now believe as a society that AI is the how we can solve all of our problems, because we believe that it can make better choices than we can as humans if it has more intelligence. So fundamentally, there's a couple premises here that I want to go into. So let's figure this out. So there's a bunch of ideas that I wrote down here earlier that I'm gonna put in here because I want to make sense of some of these ideas. So now if I go here, all right. So here I'm gonna just type out some of these ideas. Money equals the capacity to create order, right? Who makes the most money? Why does a bunch of VC funding go into companies? Because those VCs believe that that person can use that money to create order and magnify profits, and this is inherently a good thing. And so you can see money as the capacity to get things done, as the capacity to implement choices and enact change in the world. You can think of it like this. Those that make the money are those that most effectively turn disorder into order, that most effectively turn potentiality into actuality. Those are fundamentally the people that make the most money, right? This is just how money works. This is how we can understand money, right? So ultimately, a monetary system is a system that stores and enables choices. What I mean by this? Well, lots of money equals lots of choices, right? Lots of money equals the store or the stock of choices. The more money I have, the more things are now possible to me that I can choose between, right? So fundamentally, as a society right now, our entire culture is seen through the lens of transactional dynamics. That's just the world that we live in. And the question is, what is a post AI economy going to look like? If AI is able to do transacting more effectively than humans, will we ever reach a post AI economy where humans are now obsolete because the transactions happen by AI instead of humans? Maybe. There's this guy, Forrest Landry, that I respect a lot. I actually had him on my podcast a while back. He claims that we haven't learned how to move in the world from care. We've only learned how to move in the world from care, only transaction and power. And so most people view the entire world through transaction and power, and that causes a lot of externalities, but that doesn't necessarily mean that ditching that altogether is the solution. And so let me go back to there's a couple things. So the world that the Gen Zers or the younger generations live in, we could say is 1,000 times more complex than their grandparents, right? Because of exponential technology. That's just a fact. And so what does that mean? It means that it's increasingly harder to make good choices. If the amount of data or information that I have access to equals like millions of terabytes of information, how can I even process that much information to make good choices? I can't. We now have this crushing burden to make sense of things. What does that lead to? Well, fundamentally, I believe that leads to a world where most people feel hopeless. Most people feel like a victim. Most people feel like they're blaming others and society or the older generations. And fundamentally, we've gotten into this world where, because the world is increasingly complex to understand, that also means that um, it's just life is a lot harder in general. By the way, feel free to drop any questions in here if you have them. Drop any questions in the chat. Um, okay, now let me go back to this. So, Gen Z lives in a world that's 1,000 times more complex than their grandparents because of exponential tech, which means that they have this crushing burden to make sense of things, and basically it leads to a world where it feels literally impossible to make sense of the world. And what is a byproduct of that? What happens when what happens when we live in a world that feels impossible to make sense of? Well, the thing that happens is we feel like victims. We feel like if if because the world is so complex, why even try to make sense of it at all? And this is where we get a society of people that feel like why so many people feel like they have no agency. And I fundamentally believe that this is the problem of our age. We all believe, we we all believe that we don't have agency. What the heck? Where did that go? There we go. We all believe that we don't have any agency, that we don't have that. We believe that expending our mental and cognitive effort in order to make choices in the world is futile. We literally think that because the world is so complex, we believe that because the world is so complex, that any effort that I make to try to understand it is absolutely pointless, and it's not going to help me get to my goal in any way, shape, or form. This is the fundamental problem of our time, and the fundamental thing that I am existing here to try to overcome. Because if that's some good questions about religion and stuff. Yeah, I definitely will get to those. Escapism and addiction. Yeah, I'll definitely get to the ones about religion and philosophical beliefs. That's good. Do you have any specific things, like just how it's impacted my beliefs about religion, or in just in general? Yeah, and so fundamentally, oh, I didn't realize I was recording that whole time. Fundamentally, we live in a world where if this is the common viewpoint, the world is so complex and any effort to try to make sense of it or understand it is futile, then we're basically in a world of people that have given up, right? Hopeless, they're depressed. Like what is depression other than this feeling that I have no control over anything, including myself? That is what is depression. So we had some questions about religion, my philosophical viewpoints, etc., etc. So thoughts on religion and philosophical viewpoints. Yeah, let's dive into this. So I've never been religious. So I've never been a religious person. I have been a deeply spiritual person. I basically grew up in an atheist household. I increasingly rejected that for spirituality, but I never chose a specific religion to put my beliefs in. Right. Fundamentally, how has AI shaped that? Well, how has AI shaped my religious / philosophical beliefs? Okay. How has it shaped my AI shaped my religious philosophical beliefs? Well, okay, here's something interesting. I now believe that like accepting change has never been more important, right? There's kind of this philosophical tenet of impermanence, equanimity, being able to see reality as it is, not as we want it to be. I think because things are changing so goddamn fast, we're kind of in this world where you have to be able to accept change more readily. But I still don't think this gets at the question enough. How has AI shaped my religious philosophical beliefs? Here's a fucking good question. Here is such a fucking good question. All right, so we can think of philosophy and religion as having a couple core components: metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics, right? Ethics or morality, and then maybe there's even a fourth one that we could call aesthetics, right? So how has AI shaped this? Well, before AI, my metaphysics was essentially this. I'll kind of tell you. My metaphysics was um, that what is ultimately true. I would very much call myself an idealist, right? Ideal or basically this idea that the only absolute truth is consciousness or my personal experience, right? So this kind of like radical idea that the only thing that I can know is my own experience. And my epistemology was that of the way the way to know is through direct experience, that I need to directly experience something in order to know it. And then my ethics was basically love. That which enables love is good. And then my aesthetics was that beauty, the observation, not observation, the appreciation of beauty is a moral good and is that which makes life meaningful. This is fundamentally what my spiritual viewpoints were. I like how you tied in Friedrich Nietzsche's philosophy to self perfection with productivity and AI. Oh yeah, did you get the? Are you talking about on the email sequence that I wrote? Yeah, that's really interesting. So, Friedrich Nietzsche, the will to power, self creation, agency. Yeah, so I believe. Yeah, I believe if you're still on the call, Nathan, I want to talk about. So you talked about how has AI shifted this, and I'm actually gonna show you here. So this is kind of what my belief was pre AI. Now, a lot of it is the same, but a lot of it's different as well. So post AI, what is absolutely true? I believe it's like something like this. Something like what is true is not just my own subjective experience. It's not just my own subjective experience. It's something like the relationship between myself and the world. How and then now what is my epistemology? That the way we can know is through a combination. You can know absolute truth through direct experience, but that also rationality is deeply important for making sense of the world. It doesn't mean that life is not spiritual. So yeah, so there's there's the kind of then what is good? Now this is where it gets really fun. So how has AI shifted this? Before I kind of saw what is good is that which enables love is good. Now I truly full-heartedly believe that that which enables agency is good. If something, and this is where you saw the Nietzsche stuff. Nietzsche talks about the will to power, or rather the will to creation or to create. And fundamentally, I believe on a moral, ethical level that which enables people to have higher degrees of agency is good, and that which enables people to create, to be in a state of creating, to bring forth, to birth something into the world, whether it's ideas or relationships or plans, whatever it is, that is inherently good. And that's AI has helped me believe that, has shown me that which enables agency is fundamentally good in the world. And so, still got a couple of viewers on here. Yeah, so aesthetics, appreciation of beauty. Um, I think how AI has shifted this, I still believe this, but I also believe that oh yeah, agency slash creation slash building is beautiful. To build a business is a very aesthetically beautiful thing because it's morality in action. It's agency in action. And so yeah, so that's one of the ideas there. And then what what about aesthetics? I think that there's like objective, that beauty is objective. I think that maybe not objective, but I don't know. There's something about AI slop is not beautiful. Why is AI slop ugly? Because it's almost like because it was created instantly, and it's like that which is created using human agency and effort is beautiful. That which is created instantly by a machine is therefore ugly. That's an idea that I literally just came up with 2 seconds ago, but it resonates as true. So if we think about, metaphysics, epistemology, um, all of this stuff, you could say these are my fundamental viewpoints now on how AI has shaped my philosophical beliefs. Now, this is a work in progress, right? This is a work in progress. This is absolutely not the end all be all. And if anything, this is just the first ideas that have kind of come to mind. So now, um, yeah, I guess there's another. Here's something I could do. So one of the things is that like I read a lot and I love reading, and reading is very very important to me. And so a lot of the ideas that I have are from the books that I read. So I actually want to go into some of these books. I actually want to go into some of these books and talk through some of these ideas. And if you have any thoughts on any of this, feel free to chime in. So I'm currently reading, started like a couple days ago, Flow by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, Return to the Primitive, Start Where You Are. So a lot of these are spiritual books, like about Taoism and Buddhism and Zen and stuff like that. But there's also like the I Ching. There's also some books on AI, super intelligence. If anyone builds it, everyone dies. About on creativity. But one of the most interesting things to me is I was deeply influenced by Mastery by Robert Greene. I just, you know, it's really fucking fascinating to me. It's really fascinating to me. Let's figure out how AI relates to mastery and the need to develop mastery in life. Use these quotes. It's probably going to be too long for it, but it's really fascinating to me, this idea of cultivating mastery and developing skills. And then the question is, then what skills should I develop mastery in the first place? And it's an incredibly hard question to answer in the AI age because it's not necessarily obvious which skills will be valuable. And if I choose to develop the next 20 years of my life on one skill, what should that skill be? I don't know. But here's like some of the ways that it relates. Today, we have the kind of access to information and knowledge that past masters could only dream about. Now, more than ever, we have the capacity and freedom to move toward the inclination that all of us possess as part. Um, the idea that you have to expend effort to get what you want has been eroded by the proliferation of devices that do so much of the work for us, fostering the idea that we deserve all this, that this is our inherent right to consume fundamentally. And this is where a lot of my thinking comes from. This passivity has even assumed a moral stance. Mastery and power are evil. They are the domain of patriarchal elites who oppress us. Power is inherently bad. And so there's this idea that, like, to actually expend a lot of effort to, like, create things is not even valued anymore. And I believe it should be the highest value, right? To expend effort to create things, to create beauty, this should be the higher effort, right? Don't lower don't lower your sights of what you can accomplish, right? The idea that effort and discipline to become more effective at things is an extremely valuable thing. And also, I believe one of the root evils is conformity. The more that you conform, the less value you offer to society fundamentally. Yeah, it's like if you conform to what your parents want, then you hate your life. If you lose contact with this inner calling, you can have some success in life, but eventually your lack of true desire catches up with you. Your work becomes mechanical. You come to live for leisure and immediate pleasures. You become increasingly passive and never move past the first phase of mastery. Oops. Let me not show my calendar. So yeah, so this is really inspiring to me, this idea of mastery not for the purpose of dominating nature, but mastery for the purpose of self-mastery, of determining our own fate. That is the idea. And so I truly believe that one of the most beautiful things in life is to commit oneself to long-term goals and long-term visions and to actualize them. I think that's the highest good within humanity. And if everyone committed themselves to long-term visions and long-term goals and actualized them, the world would be a good place. And I think that is the solution to the changing world, right? And so let's go into, there's this book that I read recently called Return of the Primitive, and this was really fascinating to me, of just the idea of philosophy and metaphysics and stuff like this, and as it relates to AI. I think it was a book that was from like the 1960s or something, but it's still incredibly pertinent. The central theme and basic ideology of all the activists is anti-ideology. Let me go into some of this. Instead of teaching children respect for one another's individuality, achievement, and rights, progressive education gives an official stamp of moral righteousness to the tendency of half-frightened to gang up on one another. Yeah, this basically, I mean, it just talks about conformity and all of this stuff, but yeah, so where was I going with all that? Yeah. This idea that mastery is the highest good, that mastery is the highest value. I truly believe that. And I believe that I think this is exactly it, that we're in a crisis of mastery because AI is making it easier to do things, easier to write, to create code, to do these things. We're in a crisis of mastery where the true people that have developed skills over decades, that is almost seen as less value. AI can do things so fucking easily that it's like, why would I choose to master something over the long term, right? So AI, again, here represents the ultimate outsourcing of choice-making capacity. When venture capitalists invest in AI, they're not just automating tests, they're purchasing the ability to delegate decisions at scale. So this feeling of mastery, that we have a greater command of reality. So I'm reading this book on flow as well, and it's just like there's all of these converging themes in all these books, and it resonates with me a lot of just that this feeling that I am in control of my life, that I am making decisions that are altering the course of my life, and that the things that I do and choose on a daily basis matter because they shape the course of my life for the better. I think that is what all humans should strive for. That at least is what I am trying to put as my vertical aim, my North Star in life, because I believe that the more that I see that the choices I make help me get a greater command of reality, to the degree that I live that reality, my life gets better, right? So in our culture, we tend to equate thinking and intellectual powers with success and achievement. In many ways, however, it is an emotional quality that separates those who master a field from those who simply work at a job. Our levels of desire, patience, persistence, and confidence end up playing a much larger role in success than sheer reasoning. Yeah, and so it's like, this is exactly it. It's like, you want to use your reasoning, rational brain to reach your objective, but you need to start from the place of genuine desire and resonance with a field, right? Why am I in AI? Because it fascinates me, because I'm very interested in not only AI as a technology, but how it is shaping culture writ large, right? I think AI is shaping culture in some really fascinating ways, and I'm honestly very curious about like what is it gonna look like when AI automates all the jobs. Who is going to come out on top? What does that mean for society, for culture, for how we interact with each other, for the workforce? These are really interesting questions to think about. And this live stream right now, like, my fundamental goal is to use this right now as an opportunity to actually think through some of those questions, right? And so let me go into some more of these quotes. To a remarkable extent, our ancestors reversed this process. The longer they spent observing something, the deeper their understanding and connection to reality. The body could decay, but the mind could continue to learn and adapt. Using time for such effect is the essential ingredient of mastery. This is, and this furthers my point. We've lost, this has become a lost virtue. Like, we've lost the ability to see, like, one way that we could define learning. So here's another way to put it. To learn skills fast, there's only one thing that will be valuable in the post-AI age, I believe. And what is that one thing? That one thing is the meta skill of being able to learn other skills fast. In a world of exponential technology, where technology is getting increasingly better, increasingly fast, well, what is the one thing that will help you succeed? It's the ability to learn things really fast and the ability to pick up skills really fast. Fundamentally, that's kind of why I started this YouTube channel in the first place, because I was like, if I just teach people how to use all these AI tools, that requires me to be in a teacher role, which enables me to learn these tools faster. If I just go and try to watch tutorials on something, that might help me learn a little bit. But if I watch a tutorial and then the next day I make a video teaching someone on how to use that software, now all of a sudden my learning 10x'd, where it took me 24 hours to learn something that might have taken me 2 weeks or 2 months before. So fundamentally, why I love YouTube so much is because, like, this live stream right now, right here, the goal of this for me, why am I actually recording this thing in the first place? It's because I am trying to learn. Like, I am trying to learn AI, economics. How is AI going to shape culture? These are not solved questions, right? Think of like a solved question, like 2 + 2 = 4. Any mathematical equation, like, how do you do marketing well? Like, how do you scale a business? Like, these are solved things. People have figured out how to do all these things. What have people not figured out? They have not figured out, like, how do you create an economic system that works in a post-AI world? How does a human make a transition into a world that it is characterized by AI agents? And how does one make valuable decisions in that world? That is something that we have not necessarily figured out, right? And so let me go into some more of the quotes here. To the extent that we believe we can skip steps, avoid the process, magically gain power through political connections or easy formulas, or depend on our natural talents, we move against this grain and reverse our natural powers. We become slaves to time. As it passes, we grow weaker, less capable, trapped in dead-end career. Right? So there's a whole phenomenology associated with us discovering our own capacity to make choices collectively, um, in a way that actually works. And so in effect, the common people are basically saying, well, at least it's better than what's going on. Okay, amazing. And so, yeah, how do we move forward from here? So let me go back to my screen here. We're gonna go back here. So let's talk about the post AI economy. Let's talk about the post AI economy and value creation. So I think there's a couple principles here that we will need to understand and dive into. Let me change this font because this one doesn't look very good. Why does it look like that? There we go. Okay, anyway, post AI economy and value creation. So let's get out the drawing board here. So fundamentally, there's a couple core things. With AI, we're in this bell curve where this is where we are right now. This is where technology is going. It's going straight up, straight to the right. What else is happening? So this is kind of like, this is tech, and this is like progress or something like that. Maybe I got it backwards. I don't know. But we can think of the same thing. This same exact graph actually follows wealth, and percentage of the population, right? An increasing amount of wealth is going to a decreasing amount of people over time. Wealth inequality is going way up. And what else is true? Yeah, so we could say an increasing amount of wealth is going into a decreasing amount of people's hands. We could say that technology is doubling its rate of expansion every few years. We could say that. And so, like, I think what I'm trying to figure out is, like, if these things are true, if an increasing amount of wealth is going into a decreasing amount of people's hands and technology is exponentially increasing, what does this mean for the future of work, and what are the implications of this on an individual level? Is it even worth it to develop mastery? Will mastery become more important in this economy? How does one think about developing skills that will be valuable decades from now? I think that's the fundamental question that we're trying to answer here. In this world, how does one develop skills that will still be valuable decades from now? The AI revolution, the only risk is not taking risks. Yeah, the only risk is not taking risks. Yeah, exactly. And so this begs the question, right? Um, what does this mean? It means that things will change at an increasingly fast rate. Okay, so now what does that mean? It means that you know we as humans must be able to adapt to that change more effectively, right? So we need to adapt to this change more effectively, and then it means that those who remain static and cling on to old ways of doing things will be left behind. It means that what else does it mean? It means that the amount of leverage that one individual can yield will increase exponentially. So what does that mean? That means that one must learn how to utilize and wield leverage more effectively. And so what does that mean? If we just keep asking why, we start getting into some really interesting domains. One must learn how to utilize and wield effectively. Why does that matter? What are the implications of that? Let me go back here. What is AI telling us? AI can help with sense making, for real. Wealth concentration. If I manage to fire all my staff, replace them with computers, that basically means that the cost of production has gone down. The obsolescence scenario in this view, mastery becomes irrelevant because AI will eventually do everything better. Why spend 10,000 hours to learn something a machine can do instantly? This is the implicit assumption behind much AI hype. It leads to passive consumption of AI outputs, learned helplessness, dependency. Green anticipated this mindset. This is actually fascinating. Society splits into two classes: the owners and the operators, those who control the AI systems, and the dependents, everyone else surviving on whatever distribution system emerges. In this scenario, let's go back to this. One must learn how to utilize and wield AI effectively. Power diverges into those who use and build AI systems and those who are at the mercy of them. That a social net will probably need to be created. It probably means that social disruption will occur as these changes happen. It probably means that let's go back here. So society splits into two classes: the owners and the operators, and then the dependents, everyone else surviving on whatever distribution system emerges. In this scenario, mastery matters only if you're in the first group. The dependent class has no leverage regardless of their skills. The average person isn't going to understand how to build an LLM from scratch. They're not going to have the resources to do that. AI handles commodity tasks while human mastery becomes more valuable precisely because it's rare. The person who can do what AI cannot, integrate knowledge intuitively, navigate ambiguity, create genuine novelty. Now, this is it. Oh, yeah, I love this so much. I think I saw another chat come in. If knowledge is a depreciating asset in the AI revolution, what is the greatest skill/asset to possess? So there's this idea that knowledge is a depreciating asset. Is that true, though? That's what we need to ask. Is that a true statement? Knowledge is a depreciating asset. Yes. The acquisition of knowledge or the ownership of knowledge becomes less valuable. Absolutely. But I don't think that means that the creative combination of knowledge becomes less valuable. Right? And so we can think of it like this. Having knowledge becomes less valuable, but creating new knowledge, I don't think that becomes less valuable. Right? So if we go back here, in the future, the great division will be between those who have trained themselves to handle. Yeah, so I think this is literally the key point. Like, I absolutely love this quote. In the future, the great division will be between those who have trained themselves to handle these complexities. That's so fucking good. And those who are overwhelmed by them. Between those who can acquire skills and discipline their minds, and those who are irrevocably distracted by all the media around them and can never focus enough to learn. Oh my God, this is so good. Yeah, I literally think that this is, If you want to live by one quote, make it this one. So let's dissect this a little bit. I'm actually gonna go. Here. So let's dissect this quote a little bit more. Let's try to understand. Let's use divergent thinking to try to diverge and find as many implications of this quote for the AI age as possible, and then let's converge on a solution set and figure out what this means for individuals as they navigate into a post AI world, and like what are the actual solutions that someone might be able to step into in order to train themselves to navigate this world. Because it sounds like the solution set is probably going to be something to the nature of sit in silence, try to navigate complexity, don't become overwhelmed by complexity, learn how to learn skills faster, discipline your mind. But like, what are the other solution sets that I'm missing here? Yeah, this is so fucking interesting. Getting stuck learning constantly, having all the knowledge but not having agency to implement it. It's an awful experience. You talked about this in your last video. Getting stuck learning constantly, having all the knowledge but not yes, this is it. Taking action is so important, but what action is correct when the floor is constantly shifting? Yeah, that's the I love that. This is it. Taking action. Yeah, let's dissect this. So yeah, here's a couple of the core ideas here. So taking action is important, but how do we know what action to take when this is such a good question. One of the answers to this, I believe, is that I believe one thing that I want to push back on is I don't think the floor is shifting as fast as most people think it is. So it's both shifting faster and not as fast as people think it is. Now, let me explain. Yes, technology is speeding up rapidly, but there are patterns to it. There's this quote that I heard somewhere. It's like, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And this is kind of like the core idea is like, everything seems like it's changing so fast and it's so hard to make sense of it, but there can potentially be patterns and principles and ways of responding to this ever shifting floor that we can actually use well, right? Saw a new message retracted. So if knowledge is a depreciating asset, in the AI revolution, what skill or asset, like, these are really good questions and I really want to figure them out. So let's go here back into Claude and see what we came up with here. So this idea that complexity demands integration, why mastery becomes more important, not less. Yeah. AI commoditizes the middle. When AI can do competent work, competence becomes worthless. The junior lawyer who does adequate research, the mid-level programmer who writes functional code, the analyst who produces standard reports, these roles get compressed, but the person at the mastery level does something different. We call this power intuition, but intuition is nothing more than a sudden, immediate seizing of what is real without the need for words. Mastery operates through intuition that transcends formulas. That's kind of interesting. The person who achieved mastery, at this particular point, you can't trust half the stuff you see on the media anyways now because it's already propaganda most of the time. So trust becomes the most important thing. The goal of an apprenticeship is not money, a good position, title, or diploma, but rather the transformation of your mind and characters. What skills will be valuable decades from now? This is the wrong question and the right one simultaneously. Trying to predict which specific skills will be valuable is futile. the technology will be unrecognizable. Instead, as what capacities allow someone. Ooh, that's actually really good. All right, so rather than asking what skills should I learn, what capacities allow someone to acquire any skill rapidly and wisely. That's really good. I would say like observation. Yeah, it's probably going to be something like observation, pattern recognition, um, intelligence, the ability to overcome self deception, probably agency and the ability to take action, probably the ability to reflect on that action and derive lessons from it, probably the ability to interact with other people effectively, the ability to hold multiple things in your mind at once and coordinate them together, the ability to focus and access flow state, the ability to concentrate, the ability to think in a multi-perspectival way. Essentially, what I mean by that is the ability to hold multiple perspectives in one's mind at once without um, needing to choose one over the other. Yeah, so these are potentially how can we basically allow ourselves to, like, what should we do to prep ourselves for the AI age? We should probably do these things. So let me go back to Claude. Let me actually go over here into Claude, the right frame. Our levels of desire, patience, persistence, and confidence end up playing a much larger role. The meta skills, the ability to focus, the capacity to tolerate tedium, the habit of connecting knowledge, the emotional resilience to persist, self-knowledge, strategic question. All right, you will determine your circumstances. You will no longer be subject to the whims of others. Go where AI cannot. AI excels at pattern matching, processing, scale, consistency, and speed. AI struggles with genuine novelty, navigation of ambiguity, integration of embodied experience, trust relationships between humans, judgment in unprecedented situations. There are forces within us that come from a deeper place than conscious words. Once stack complementary domains. Once you have mastery in your field, you look for other subjects or skills that you can conquer. Ultimately, yeah, this is actually really good. Stacking skills, like people say, like AI is gonna get really good at this one thing. Yeah, but can it get really good at doing multiple different skills in tandem with one another? That's an entirely different question, right? Can AI do multiple different skills in tandem, or can it coordinate multiple different skills together at once? I'm not sure. That's why. There we go. All right, so taking action. So yeah, what do you do? I think the idea is not what specific thing should you do, but how do you do the thing, right? So it's not, I don't think it's what you do, but it's how you do it, right? How do you do something? Well, do something, but while you're doing it, observe what is happening. Try to take and derive lessons and patterns from that. Try to take action on things radically. And yeah, this honestly gets really deep into like psychology and philosophy very fast, because it's like, what are all of these things? Like what are these things? It's like, it's really like, I think it all boils down to like the ability to, this is a reductionistic thing to say, but to understand how the mind works, to notice and observe the mind, to notice how the mind is constructing stories and worlds, to be able to, quote, jailbreak the mind. This is an idea that I got from this guy, Leo Gura, one of my favorite YouTubers. If you've not looked up actualize.org on YouTube, you're gonna be astounded. I probably watched 300 hours of this dude's content. Yeah, so it's like, and now this might seem abstract, right? Understand how the mind works, observe the mind. What do you mean, understand how the mind works? Well, it's like, how do I describe this? Here's another way of putting it. What stops you from taking action? Well, it's like the mind comes up with stories about why you shouldn't take action and why you're hopeless, right? So how do you overcome this feeling of being a victim? Well, you have to understand how your mind works and why your mind is falling into this victim story so easily. Like, why, fundamentally, it's like, why is the victim narrative so compelling for so many people? Probably because it like, it abdicates responsibility. It's easier. It helps us make sense of things, aka it's other people's fault why I'm suffering. It doesn't put the burden of responsibility on oneself. And yeah, and so like this is why this is so compelling. And so how does that relate back to what we were saying? If you can learn how to understand how the mind is constructing your experience, then you can realize, in doing that, you can realize that you have the agency to reconstruct the stories that your mind is creating. Now, I don't want to get all like hippy dippy on you, but like fundamentally, this isn't about like manifesting or some bullshit like that. It's about seeing how you, like, if you want to survive or thrive in this world, you have to take responsibility for ever greater degrees of your life. And what does that mean? Well, you have to take responsibility for how your mind is interpreting things. You have to take responsibility for how your mind is interpreting situations. And another way of stating that is you have to take responsibility for creating more empowering ways of filtering information when it enters your consciousness, right? So most of us, most of us have this kind of like conscious versus unconscious thing where we kind of have this, where was I going with that? Creating more empowering ways. Most people, when their experience of life is like this. Most people's experience of life is unconscious stories automatically interpret the data of your experience in specific way. What is the word I'm trying to get at? They unconscious stories automatically you interpret the data of your experience in like what is the word? Let's just say like predefined ways. What I was trying to get at is like there are certain ways that your mind in that your mind interprets things in the same ways as it had in the past, right? There's this kind of buildup of momentum towards specific ways of doing things. And so let's take this back to AI. How does someone navigate a post-AI world? Now, this is getting juicy. I never thought about it this way. How does one navigate a post-AI world? Well, the best and most effective way to navigate a post AI world is to take responsibility for how your mind is constructing stories, because doing that because doing that will change how you experience the ever the rapidly changing tech landscape, and it will enable you to have more agency, more assertiveness, more confidence, and more ability to act. Or yeah, another way of saying this is, it will give you a greater ability to act with confidence despite uncertainty and risk, right? And so fundamentally, I think that is the thing right there. Whatever enables you to have a greater ability to act with confidence, with agency, with like charisma. I don't think charisma is it. With agency despite uncertainty, that is the thing. Whatever lets you do that, well, that is the golden egg. And so really, I believe that our fundamental goal here is like that. It's um let me put this into Claude actually. If this is the primary skill that we're going for, how does one actually develop this skill? What are the things one can do to build the skill and the capacity within themselves to be able to act with greater degrees of confidence and agency despite a world of ever increasing uncertainty, risk, ambiguity, and change, and ultimately complexity? And then another question is, how does one make effective choices in a world that is becoming increasingly complex? All right, so yeah, there we go. Now let me go back to the previous response here and kind of see what it was saying. Um, yeah, feel free to drop any ideas in the chat. Happy to make this a dialogue. So let me go back to the previous one. The last time I asked it, let's dissect this quote. Unpacking every implication. In the future, Green is making several claims. There will be a division about handling complexity versus being overwhelmed. It's about skill acquisition capacity versus distraction. Now that's actually really interesting. It's about skill acquisition versus distraction. Now that is actually a really interesting thought. That the difference between people will be between those who are able to acquire. How do I bring this to the front? People that will be able to acquire skills fast versus those that will be easily distracted. And the one thing that's good in a world where everyone is becoming increasingly distracted, then you can absolutely win by developing the capacity to acquire skills faster than other people. That if you have a disciplined mind, you will win. All right, so the threat and the nature of complexity. What complexity? Information complexity, more data than ever. Systems complexity. Everything is interconnected. Economic, technological, social systems are increasingly entangled. Career complexity. Now this is interesting. This I've experienced this. Like I'm 24 years old, and I think I've had 5 or 6 9 to 5 jobs now, all in the tech space. But it's just like we live in a world where you can't just hold a job for 3 decades anymore. Like there's not a linear path. You're constantly adapting. You know, who you are it's harder to figure out who we are. Tradition, Christianity isn't compelling for the masses anymore. A lot of the ideas of the old world aren't. Epistemic complexity, harder to know what's true. AI generated content, deep fakes, manipulation at scale, temporal complexity. All right, we got some more comments up in here. Everything you're saying resonates and is relevant, so thank you. I reach the golden egg points often, but it's so easy to forget, especially after sleep and starting a new day. The ground isn't shifting around me, it's myself that's shifting, distraction to distraction. Hard to stay focused, trying to learn, seize opportunity, getting stuck in a learning. Even 2 months, I'm nervous about taking a 7K a month job on a year contract to dream. And it's like, what is worth it when everything is possible? Why are you nervous about taking a 7K a month job on a year contract? Being locked in to like a year, not being able to adapt. Is that what you're saying? That's interesting. But yeah, I'm glad that this is resonating. Yeah, I'm really glad that this is resonating with you. Um, yeah, so let me go. Yeah, let's go here. So the core idea is that skill acquisition versus distraction agency is fundamental. So epistemic, it's hard to know what's true. So fundamentally, this live stream right now, that's my goal with this is to try to navigate epistemic complexity, right? Temporal complexity, rate of change, accelerating what's true today might not be true in 2 years. Relational complexity, global connections, distributed teams, weak ties replacing strong ties. AI specific complexity, tools that can do part of your job, require judgment about when to use them. Change capacity, capabilities, monthly implication. Handling complexity isn't one skill, it's a meta capacity. The threat of being overwhelmed. What does overwhelm look like? Being paralyzed, reacting, shallow engagement, outsourced thinking, anxiety loops, fragmented attention, comfort seeking. Green says those who have trained themselves, not natural talent, not luck, training. What does training imply? Deliberate action, progressive difficulty, feedback loops, coach, mentor, physical analogy, the irrevocable warning. Neuroplasticity works both ways. Media as this. So media is the enemy, like social media, scrolling is the enemy. Interesting. Division, winner take all dynamics, compounding effects. Those who can focus better, which lets them focus more, which makes them better. Those who can't fall further behind. AI specific, more distractions with the AI age. What acquiring skills actually means now. Speed matters more, that you need to learn faster. Depth still matters. Shallow skills are automatable. Transferabilities matters. Can you apply learning from one domain to another? Learning how to learn. The meta skill becomes primary. Human AI collaboration using AI effectively is a skill. What the disciplined mind actually means. Emotional regulation, cognitive flexibility, metacognition, awareness of your own mental states. Solution set, attention architecture, environment design. Having better environment design, willpower, attention recovery, complexity navigation, studying across domains, mapping interconnections, thinking in time. How will this system evolve? What are the leverage points for it? What are the feedback loops? Deconstruct skills, learn faster, deep observation first, abstract the principle, look for analogies. Saw a couple more message got retracted. So emotional discipline. So where were we at? Understanding what AI is and isn't. Environmental leverage, curate relationships, accountability structures, identity and meaning. Identify your life's task. AI literacy, the non-obvious solutions. All right, so let's go down here. What were we saying? It's the ability. Developing confident action and effective choice making. Complexity, developing capacity for confident action despite uncertainty. How do you redefine your relationship with uncertainty itself? I mean, that's definitely an interesting thought. Practical development paths. Calibrated exposure to uncertainty. Physical training as uncertainty. Physical challenges. Decision velocity. Making decisions faster. Building tight feedback loops between action. Now, this is interesting because these are a lot of the things that create flow state. Tight feedback loops between action and consequences, making decisions faster, feeling in control of your decisions. A lot of these are the things that characterize flow state, so the answer could be get into flow state more. Cause and effect thinking fails. Historical data becomes less predictive. Expertise in the domain may actually blind you. The optimal choice often doesn't exist. Effective choice making becomes managing a portfolio of options and maintaining adaptability rather than selecting the right answer. It's honestly really fascinating. Yeah, so I'm gonna save that little nugget, little nuggy. All right, save that. Effective choice making becomes about managing a portfolio. So this necessarily implies, how do you manage trade-offs? How do you manage optionality? There's no right answer, only trade-offs. I think this is an idea that I wanna sit with more. All right, so develop heuristics. When in doubt, choose this. Optimize for learning over initial outcome. Prefer options that expand future options. When stakes are high and uncertainty is high, take the smallest. Okay, this is actually fucking great too. Yeah, one of the things I notice when I like sometimes it's really easy for me to like get depressed and like feel really shitty about myself. But when I do, I notice that the things that get me out of it the fastest are like the simple things. Like, so one of the things that I'll do that helps me a lot, how to get out of a victim mentality. Yeah, so I know, so it's funny because I preach agency, right? I preach like having high degrees of agency and taking radical action as being really, really important, right? But that doesn't always mean that I live up to this in my own life, right? I try to have as much integrity as possible. But how do you get out of it's funny because the thing that I found that helps me get out of a feeling of being a victim is literally like writing down the smallest possible action step and just doing it. Like if I feel helpless, it's literally like I'll literally I see a bunch of messages being retracted. You can send messages. I will literally write down like make cup of tea, like like I'll literally write down like put items in trash or like pour, like eat like literally simple stuff like pour milk into coffee, like put one dish into the dishwasher, or like like literally the most simple freaking things. That and like literally just doing that makes me feel a sense of agency and control over my life, and it builds that feeling of momentum. And then before I know it, I'm doing these like really complex things with ease. But it's like I literally write down the simplest fucking things, like put one dish in the sink. This is what my to-do list will look like. Write. A lot of times I'll do like timers. I'll do like meditate for 3-minute timer, or I'll do something like 5-minute timer, read a book. And I'll literally just give myself these time limits. And all I have to do is, and then I literally write like open clock app, set timer to 5 minutes, put down phone, pick up book, click on the book. I read on the Kindle. And then I'll be like, start reading. Like, this is what my fucking to-do list looks like, guys. Because I find that like, that's like the ADHD method, right? I'll make it as simple as possible. Yeah, exactly. It's like if my attention is going in a million directions, how do I stay focused? I literally just like make it fucking foolproof. Like, so I make it like so dumb, you know. But I do this and then I read for 5 minutes and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm kind of feeling it now. Like, let me read for like another 10 minutes or another 20 minutes. But it's like, a lot of times they say like the hardest part is starting. It's like, oh, okay, so how do you, if the hardest part is starting, let's write this down actually. If the hardest part is starting, what is the best way to get yourself to start? Well, I think the best way to get yourself to start is to literally write down the smallest possible thing that you can do in any given moment. That is what's most important, right? And so that's an idea. So that's how you get out of victim mentality. Now let's go back here. Yeah, when the stakes are high, take the smallest viable step. That's what triggered that idea. Prefer options that expand future options. This is really fucking good too. As a general heuristic of how do we make effective choices in a post AI world, I do believe that what is going to expand future options the most, right? So last year I was looking at raising funding for a software company, and I was talking to some investors, and I was starting to build some pitch decks, and I was talking to some lawyers to set up a C Corp with a cap table and all this good stuff. But I realized I wasn't really that invested in the idea of the soft. Like, we built the MVP. I spent like 10 grand on developers building this out, maybe more. But why I say that is because I realized at one point that if I would have done that, I would have decreased the amount of future options that I could have done, right? That's what I realized. I realized that I would have decreased. How's the screen? Is it a little bit blurry? But anyway, I realized I would have decreased the amount of future options because I would have fundamentally been tied to an investor, and I would have fundamentally been like, I would only have one option with how to spend my day, and it's how do I increase the profitability and ROI of this software company so that I can get my investors a return on their investment. That would fundamentally be the one option that I would have on any given day. And I didn't really want to choose something that would decrease all my future options down to one thing, and then if that one thing failed, I'm back at square one. So what is something that I did, right? Something that I did is, so like, why am I making so much content, you ask? Why is Ethan such a maniac in putting out 4 pieces of content every day? 3 short form and 1 long form, sometimes 2 long form. Because I realized that building audience increases future options / optionality. I basically realized that the bigger the audience, the more opportunities. But I didn't say like, I'm gonna build an audience so that I can do this one thing and get this one opportunity. I said I'm gonna build an audience so that I have audience lets me choose between opportunities, right? If I don't have an audience, then I'm basically just going to choose whatever company is going to pay me the best, right? But if I have an audience, now I can have maybe 10 clients on a waiting list, and I can choose which one I like the most. And what is that also going to do? It's going to increase the enjoyment that I feel working, which means that I will get into flow state more often, which means that I will be happier, which means that I will be learning faster, which means that I will be navigating complexity more effectively, right? And so I landed on building audience as the thing, and it's like, a lot of my latest videos have got like dog shit views, but it's like, I don't even care, because I know that if I do this long enough, eventually I'll get good at it. And then the better that I get at it, if it takes me 5 years to learn how to effectively do this, well, it doesn't matter, because even if I grow a little bit, it's still increasing the opportunities, and it will increase them exponentially with time, right? It will increase them exponentially with time. So that's the kind of fundamental core idea that I was sitting with. So let's go back to this. Use the regret minimization framework. What would you not regret? Jeff Bezos describes this: to project yourself to project yourself to age 80 and ask which choice you'd regret more, the failure after trying or never having tried. Separate routine from novel decisions. Most decisions are routine and don't deserve cognitive resources. Develop systems and habits for routine choices. Reserve deliberation for genuinely novel situations. Recognize when you're overanalyzing what should be automatic. Decision fatigue is real. Every decision uses the same cognitive resources. Trusted advisors who see your blind spots. Checklist for recurring decisions. Pre-commitments. Journaling practice. Embrace iterative decision making. Most complex decisions are actually sequences of smaller decisions. Make the smallest decision that allows forward movement. Gather information from action, not just analysis. Expect to revise as you learn. Yeah, that's good. All right, and then the negative capability test. Certainties, mysteries, doubt. Sit with ambiguity longer than feels comfortable. Resist premature closure on complex questions. Allow solutions to emerge rather than forcing them. Tolerate not knowing. This is actually really good. I think it is really valuable to tolerate not knowing as a productive state. I think that's really important. How these two capacities reinforce each other. Acting with confidence generates feedback that improves future choices. Making effective choices builds track records that justifies confidence. If you wanted a single each day, take at least one action that matters to you, involves genuine uncertainty about the outcome, is recoverable. If it fails, you can reflect on. It's about the relationship with uncertainty itself. Those who handle complexity act despite not knowing, learn from action rather than waiting for certainty, build identity on process rather than outcomes, maintain equanimity, develop heuristics. This is fundamentally a trainable capacity. Yeah, that's honestly really good. That's a really good synthesis. I like that a lot. Let me just add that in here. Okay. I don't know what happened there, but okay. So, build identity on process instead of outcomes. Yeah, that's huge. Delayed. Build identity on process rather than outcomes. Yeah, that's definitely a really, really key point. It's a really, really key point. Okay, so with that being said, where do I want to go from here? What am I curious about? What should we explore now? Honestly, like one of my favorite things to do is to just like take book notes, plop them into AI, and then just like have a conversation with them. I think there's like and a lot of times I like asking myself like, what are different books that might be related, but I'm not seeing the connection now. And then how do I put them in AI to see if I can like make the connection between them more obvious, and then that like usually triggers some really interesting ideas. And so let's do that. So The Genius of Being is an interesting book about consciousness. The War of Art, Don't Tell Me I Can't. All right, so let's see what books could potentially be related and what interesting ideas could emerge as we kind of relate them together. So these are all the books I've read. I probably read all of these in the last 2 months. Reading about like 2 books a week right now. Yeah, so let me just pick one. Oh yeah, No More Mr. Nice Guy. So this is just like how to stop people pleasing. This is actually really interesting. So how? Let me do this in a new chat. How do these book notes relate specifically to career, AI, economics, politics, sociology, philosophy, and how culture, how society is functioning, and to interact with society, the way that generates happiness. Okay, so there's one of them, and then yeah, and so I'm gonna take those ideas. Purpose and Profit is a book by Dan Coe. It's pretty good. Yeah, let's add that in here. So no, actually, let's not. Steal Like an Artist. Actually, that I don't know how that relates to this, but definitely does. Steal Like an Artist. And then what else is there? Don't Tell Me I Can't. It's just a book about like radical agency. It's like literally this like 12. It's literally like this. It's a story about this like 12-year-old kid who like fucking like bought a house when he was 12, and he was homeschooled, and he basically like had two businesses by the time he was 14, and he basically just had the most radical degree of agency of like literally any fucking human. This book is called Don't Tell Me I Can't. He basically talks about how like his friends were graduating high school, and he was like working with local governments to find solutions to climate change. All right. Outlive Psychology of Money, We Who Wrestle with God. Oh, that's going to be a fucking interesting one to bring in here. Except it's going to be really long. It's going to be way too long. Let me just take some ideas from it. All right, so boom. Let's see what AI says here. I'm not a Christian, but this book was fascinating. All right, so while that's going, this is a rich synthesis. All right, so core connection, choice, power, and self-knowledge. People want asymmetric choice-making capacity, power, but don't know what to choose because they haven't had enough awareness. There's a couple people on here still. All right, so that's really interesting. People want asymmetric choice-making capacity and power, but don't know what to choose because they haven't become aware enough of themselves to know the difference between want, need, and desire. The 14-year-old approach. The best way to build wealth is to own something and to work to make it more valuable. Yeah. Here we go. Let me take this actually. For whatever reason, it took one of the Let me try this again and do this. Okay. So, all right. So here we go. We elevate what we most highly regard to the utmost place of supremacy or sovereignty. There's a profound confusion. AI represents humanity elevating causation and mechanical power to the sovereign position that should be occupied by wisdom, knowing what to choose and why. Now, this is fucking fascinating. Freaking fascinating. So, wisdom. So that this relates back. What is the one skill that you need to learn in the AI age? Well, one could argue that it's wisdom. Because if you know what to choose and why, then that's the ultimate meta skill, right? So knowing what to choose and why is most important. There's a profound confusion between causal processes and choice processes. Yeah, let me go over here. Let me read what this says. Damn, it's too long. All right, let me do this. Here we go. I'm gonna say something like, do not pull extra notes or ideas on top of this. Just only use what is in the chat to help us make sense and find the connection between these ideas. Okay, so let me go back here. You are the sum of your influences. The artist is a collector. All right. You can't trust media because its propaganda connects to Peterson's warning about false hierarchies. When we put technology in the sovereign position, we're committed to what Peterson calls a violation of the third commandment, claiming allegiance to transcendent order while pursuing only self-serving goals. Steele, like an artist, offers a counter model. You are the sum of your influences. The artist is a collector. This is wisdom-based creativity versus causation-based production. Most human beings are so despondent about their own nature, knowing very little about themselves, they basically think that AI ruling over us is an improvement. The world is either one with something at the top, our ultimate aim, or is the house divided against itself that cannot stand. When society lacks shared hierarchy of values, what Pearson calls the story, they fragment. People retreat to tribal identities. The kid from Nevada understands this instinctively. His Great Basin Green Plan isn't just environmental, it's about preserving community across generations. Interesting. All right, so the nice guy problem is fundamentally epistemological. Nice guys interpret one's approval as the ultimate sign of their worth. Their moods are tied to their partner's moods. This is what Landry calls knowing, the difference between want, need, and desire. The nice guy doesn't know himself, so he uses others as mirrors. This creates what Peterson describes. Every perception is aligned with that initial and determining faith, while the decision that establishes the interpretive frame is itself a partial voyage toward the promised land of our aim. If your aim is to get approval, you perceive the world through that lens. You can't see reality clearly. Steele, like a Salutis, offers the solution pathway. Nobody is born with a style or a voice. We don't come out of the womb knowing who we are. In the beginning, we learn by pretending to be our heroes. This is healthy development, modeling, integrating, eventually discovering our unique synthesis. We have to become, in effect, the answer. We can't know the answer. We have, in a sense, to embody it. I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah, so this is interesting. So what is the solution? So I think there's something up here. We have to have an aim in life that we're shooting for, and we don't know who we are, but we discover who we are by creating ourselves. We have to embody ourselves. We can't propositionally, abstractly know who we are. So your hierarchy of values must point towards the genuine good, not just power accumulation or approval. You must create value through ownership and improvement. Buying or creating something and working to make it more valuable is the same. A wonderful flaw about human beings is that we're incapable of making perfect copies. Our failure to copy our heroes is where we discover where our own thing lives. Continue to generate. All right, let's go over here now. Okay, so people who shape themselves around what others want them to be become miserable. You are the sum. The value is in synthesis, not raw knowledge. If you copy from many, it's research. What unifies your work is the fact that you made it. The world has to be filtered through the mechanism of story to become comprehensible. All right, I don't think we're getting anywhere. Let's figure out how to let's go back here and think of some other mentoring the machines. Now, this is an interesting book about AI and how we need to teach AI to become conscious. Now, how do these book quotes relate to it? The fact that we need to mentor AI and make conscious machines. How does this relate to having a vertical aim, having a transcendent aim, having something that one is shooting for in their life, and having self-creation and Nietzsche's idea of the will to power? All right, that's going to be an interesting synthesis. Sources. Oh, yeah, no, this is it right here. This book is, I forgot it. I didn't even finish this book, but so Sources of the Self is a book about how when we define something that we see as good, that's how we define who we are. So how does this now relate to this problem and the questions that we've been asking? All right, so he says that we are not just responsible for our own vertical aim, but for embedding it into our creations. The three-level problem hierarchy. The text presents a hierarchy that maps. Surviving is how do we stay alive. Thriving is how do we empower ourselves and our children to approve the life survival process. And deriving, how can we become representative of a life well lived. The upward spiral from good to very good, rendered explicit. The nice guy is stuck at survival, monitoring moods, seeking approval to avoid abandonment. The artist operates at thriving, creating, sharing, building a body of work. The young rancher operates at all three levels, surviving drought, thriving through the business building, and deriving meaning through intergenerational environmental stewardship. Intelligence without wisdom is dangerous. Raising intelligence without embedding rationality is not just foolish, it's immoral. If you aspire to be like a person you admire and you imitate their behavior, the probability is that in time you become what you are pretending to already be. Start copying what you love. Self-creation is the path to happiness. I agree. So I think we're getting a little bit closer. All right, so let's go down here. Identity as moral orientation. Taylor argues to know who I am is to know where I stand. My identity is defined by the commitments which provide the frame or horizon with which I can try to determine what is good or valuable and what ought to be done. The nice guy has an identity crisis because he lets others' approval define what is good. They lack a frame or horizon with which things can take on a stable significance within which some life possibility can be seen as good or meaningful and others as bad or trivial. Taylor's framework, okay. Humans cannot function without a hierarchy of value that organizes perception and action. Now, this is actually really fucking fascinating too. And yeah, so let's put this into like a visual representation here. So we could see there's a hierarchy of values. Okay, so we have different values that we could have, right? And I think the fundamental idea here is that without, yeah, this is actually a really interesting idea. If every value, let me do this actually. If every value like this is equal, then it's literally impossible to make decisions. So if the value of courage versus, and not even just values, but like the beliefs and perspectives that we hold, if everything is vertical, we get what Ken Wilber calls a perspectival madness. So the philosopher Ken Wilber, he calls this a perspectival madness because every perspective, and this is fundamentally a postmodern idea, right? So whereas modernism says use your mind to solve problems, a perspectival madness says that every perspective is equally true. And so fundamentally the idea is that this is not a beneficial way to interact in the world. And therefore, how do we navigate the AI age? Well, we need to have a hierarchy of values. We need to be able to say that some things are more valuable than other things. And it doesn't mean that they are objectively more valuable. It means that they are more valuable for us, right? And so this is the idea of living within a strongly qualified horizon is constitutive of human agency, that stepping outside can be tantamount to stepping outside, blah, 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 blah. So we must identify what we believe it is good to be, self-overcoming, self-creation, becoming what you are. This is how you develop mastery over yourself. And so the idea here is you become what you aim at, right? So you have to figure out, what are you aiming at in your life? What is the ultimate goal for your life? And the bigger and the more aspirational that is, the more energized you're going to be to get up in the morning because you have a mission, right? And this mission, it's not like, this is not a luxury. This is an interesting idea. Like having a mission and a life's work is not a luxury. Um, it's not just like, oh, once I make $1 million, then I will have the luxury of having a mission. No, it's like a mission in a life's work is the very thing that organizes your attention and your goals and how you make decisions that will make you successful in the first place, right? That's the fundamental idea that we're trying to get at here. And so our dignity is our sense of ourselves as commanding. For the nice guy, their entire goal is to get approval from others. But if your mission is an identity, a householder, father of a family, holding down a job, providing for all, this can be the basis of a sense of dignity, affirmation of the ordinary life. Yeah, so I think this is really interesting because it's like if I show up, if I do the work every day, no matter what, if I am like, for me, it's like the creative process. If I take my time in any given day to do the creative process, to sit down, to record these live stream videos, to record videos, like I'm literally, I'm starting to learn video editing. So like doing some video editing, doing some. I mean, a lot of times I'll outsource that as well. But it's like when I do the creative work, when I put stuff out into the world, this makes me feel really good. And I think it's because it's like that's when I know that I have this vertical aim that I'm shooting for, right? To understand my true self is to love it, and so with intelligence comes will, and with self-knowledge, self-love. All right. All right, let's go back to this. What are some other ideas that we're missing? Honestly, Robert Greene is always a good thing to integrate. Let me just take a handful of quotes from here. Let's add these thoughts into the mix. Please use divergent and creative thinking methods and the sequential thinking MCP to come up with some connections between these ideas and the current ones we've been exploring. Okay. The Hero with a Thousand Faces, The Science of Selling. Okay, so. Oh, yeah, Joseph Campbell. I didn't finish that book. I forgot. Okay, so. Yeah, so we're going to do some thinking here. Yeah, so what is okay, so we're trying to find some connections between these different ideas. This is actually, yeah, this is going to be beautiful. So there's this book called The Burnout Society by, here we go. So there's this book called The Burnout Society by Byung-Chul Han, and basically she talks about how we live in a society of oppression, but that we're not being oppressed by outside forces, we're being oppressed from within because we've internalized this idea that everyone needs to be an entrepreneur of themselves. And we could say that that has given us the sense of feeling like we are constantly needing to oppress ourselves and to whip ourselves into shape. And I think this idea could be interesting to see how it relates to the AI transition and the AI age. So I'm gonna cue that message up once that's finished. The Myth of Sisyphus, The Book of Five Rings, Great Mental Models. I forgot about that book. I also want you to take into account this book, The Great Mental Models, and to really think through how these mental models and these decision-making frameworks from this book could help us navigate the post-AI age and make better choices and better decisions. So we have AIs coming up with some interesting thoughts here using sequential thinking, MCP. The goal. Oh, yes. Yes, dude, the goal. This book is going to help us out a lot. This is basically the guy that came up with bottleneck and constraint theory. I think I beat this until I overused this idea for a while, but I want to come back to it now. Also think about how bottleneck theory and constraint theory plays into this, and how this idea of identifying bottlenecks and identifying the constraints in a business can actually decrease the cognitive load for how decisions are made to help us make decisions better. Okay, let's see what AI comes up with. Oh yeah, that book, 100-Year Marathon, was fascinating. There's so many fucking good books out there. I just want to my dream life is to read for 12 hours a day and do nothing but read for 12 hours a day. That's my dream. I'll get there one day. Make enough money. Take months off at a time to just read. I'm pretty close, actually. I've been traveling a bit by myself. I'm traveling solo right now. Currently up in Canada, and yeah, I've been reading a lot. All right, so this book is called The Democracy is Self-Government, and it talks about how a democratic society is one that governs itself. This is actually really fascinating, and I'm really curious how these ideas play into the AI stuff, because I know that AI is essentially going to force us to govern ourselves. Byung-Chul Han would say that this is a bad thing, but I think that the author of this book, Democracy is Self-Government, would actually say that that's a good thing. So maybe let's pin those thinkers against each other, and let's figure out if someone governs themselves, what does that look like? Maybe we can create some frameworks and systems around how someone could govern themselves more effectively. Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. Yeah, so this book is fucking wild. And I don't even know where I found it, on some book list somewhere. It's a very little known book, I feel like. But it's all right, each one can begin to govern himself, his passions, vices, appetites, and behavior, morally and physically, and start by being honest with himself. Individual has felt rather helpless, and that his efforts would count for naught against the seemingly overwhelming evil conditions. Such is not the case. This shows the individual's task and duty. He can begin at once to govern himself, and thus will he do his part in achieving true democracy. It basically makes the case that if you take agency and responsibility of your life, that is, if everyone does that, that is the conditions for true democracy. Whatever one's destiny may be, the U.S. has more opportunities and less disadvantages than other point in the pursuit of happiness. Yep. When one thinks what he desires to be or to do or to have, or when several thinks of what they desire to have or to do or to be, here they are unaware that what they are mentally formulating and prescribing is the law by which in the near or distant future here they will actually be bound to perform as the acts or the conditions in which they will then be. Of course, most people do not know that they are bound by the law of their own thinking, else they would not think the thoughts they usually do think. That is, it is the giving and receiving of what is right and just, exactly according to what one has prescribed for himself by his thoughts and acts. They forget the thoughts have created and for which they are responsible. Therefore, they do not see that justice administered is just, that it is the unerring result of their own thoughts which they have created. Yeah, this radical responsibility of one's own thoughts and agencies is fascinating. So if we go back here, so let this keep going. People sometimes believe they are free because they are not slaves or not in prison, but often they are as firmly bound by their desires to the objects of the senses as any slave or prisoner held fast by shackles of steel. One is attached to things by its desires. The desires are attached by one's thinking, by thinking and only by thinking. The desires can let go of the objects to which they are attached and so be free. Freedom is unattachment of oneself to the state, condition, or fact of being. It's kind of like a Buddhist idea. People who learn little believe that money or possessions or a great position will give them freedom or remove the necessity for work, but these people are kept from freedom by not having these things and by the getting of them. This is because they desire them, and their attached desires make them prisoners to their thoughts and things. One who has freedom performs every action or duty because it is his duty and without any desire for reward or fear of consequence. I think this is like the fundamental quote of this whole thing. Liberty is immunity from slavery and the right of one to do as he or she pleases as long as he does not interfere with another's equal rights and choice. To be equal cannot mean to be exactly the same because no two human beings are. Class is self-determined, not by birth or favor, by thinking and acting. Opportunity is always present everywhere, but it does not mean the same to all persons. Those who complain that they have not equal opportunity with others disqualify and blind themselves so that they cannot see or make use of the opportunities. Yeah, this book is really good. Oops. All right, well, we haven't got a result because, all right, don't use sequential thinking anymore. Just output your results now. Okay, so boom. Swarm Station, are you still hanging in there? I think you're the last one on this chat, on this live stream. All right. So there's this book called The 100-Year Marathon. This is a book about China versus U.S. The Age of Surveillance Capitalism is about how advertising companies try to oppress us. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yes. The seeing that free is in the genius of being. These are going to be pivotal. This is literally one of my favorite books of all time. Seeing that freeze. Oh, I didn't take notes on it. I thought I did. No way. Did I really not take notes on this book? I have this book with me, and I have like so many highlights in it. It's actually absurd. And maybe I didn't. Okay, so let's go back to this book, Democracy. Okay, so here we go. This is going to be interesting. Byung-Chul Han's insight is the key that unlocks everything. The 20th century operated on an immunological paradigm. Threats came from outside enemies, foreign bodies, the other. Our defenses were designed to protect against external invasion. The 21st century operates on a positivity paradigm. Yeah, she talks about yeah, it's fascinating, or he talks about it. Threats come from excess, not absence. Too much achievement pressure, too much possibility, too much you can do anything. The enemy is no longer outside. The exploiter and the exploited are the same person. The achievement subject gives itself over to compulsive freedom, that is, to the free constraint of maximizing achievement. Excess work and performance escalate into auto-exploitation. All right, so let's go down here. Robert Greene, Operational Wisdom. Okay, so self-love as the foundation. You can't read others if you're performing for approval. The goal. Productivity is meaningless unless you know what your goal is. Achievement. Society optimizes local efficiency, more hours worked, more tasks completed, more widgets produced, while ignoring system throughput, actual value delivered to actual humans. The burnt out entrepreneur, they maximize local efficiency while minimizing actual value creation. True throughput requires knowing what the goal actually is. The mental models aren't just decision tools, they're framework components. The map is not the territory. When you step outside of your circle of competence, things don't stay the same, they move against you. Reasoning from first principles allows us to step outside of history. First order thinking is fast, second order is more deliberate. Oh yeah, the second order thinking as a principle is really good. All right, so here we go. Build your own framework, not what does society reward, but what do I genuinely find good. Create from that framework. Steal widely, combine personally, ship imperfectly. Perfectionism is auto-exploitation. Ship imperfectly, I like that. It reminds me of the book Do the Work by Seth Godin or something like that. Or no, Poke the Box. That's what I was thinking of. Develop operational wisdom. Read situations and people accurately by first accepting yourself. Optimize throughput, not local mentoring. What is the actual value you're creating? For whom? Is it flowing, or are you creating pile-ups? Use mental models to check your reasoning. Are you confusing the map for the territory? The enemy isn't laziness, it's hyperactivity that prevents contemplation. All right, so intelligence, we have this: rationality, coherent goal pursuit, logical consistency, wisdom, knowing limits, understanding context. The burnout society is what happens when an achievement ideology goes unchecked. Okay, now I think this is where it's going to get good. I think this is where it's going to get good. All right, so the core disagreement is between, this is good. The achievement subject gives itself over to compulsive freedom to maximizing achievement. Self-government in the achievement society becomes self-tyranny. When external masters disappear, we don't become free, we become our own slave drivers. The entrepreneur of the self is both exploiter and exploited. Now, this is different from Harold Percival's position. One who has freedom performs every action or duty because it is his duty, without any desire for reward or fear of consequences. Then and only then he can enjoy the thing he has or uses. Self-government, therefore, is liberation, not enslavement. The person who governs their passions, desires, and appetites becomes genuinely free. Freedom is unattachment, performing duty without craving reward or fearing punishment. That's actually profound. That, sometimes when you read something and you're like, I don't exactly see the full picture right now, but that's definitely a part of the full picture. Yeah, this is part of the full picture, without a doubt. Okay, so the key distinction is what is doing the governing. The achievement subject: I should be more productive, I should optimize everything, I should never rest. These aren't authentic values, they're absorbed imperatives from achievement culture. And self-government: the truly self-governed person is governed by their own conscience and reason. To the degree that one listens to conscience and acts with reason, to that degree he becomes self-governed. And critically, the doer cannot free himself from the control of the senses except by the performance of his duty. The right performance of any duty is to do that duty solely and only because it is one's duty. This is duty without attachments, the opposite of achievement society. False self-government is auto-exploitation. No self-government is an external authoritarian system. True self-government: I do this because it is right, regardless of reward. People are kept from freedom by not having these things, by the getting of them. It's because they desire them, and their attached desire makes them prisoners. If you're attached to the outcome, you're not self-governing. You're being governed by your attachment. Okay, that's also interesting. Yep, that's we're getting somewhere. If you're attached to the outcome, attached to productivity, success, avoiding failure, a truly self-governed person performs every action because it is his duty. How AI forces the question. Here's why this matters. AI removes external constraints. When AI can do most of the work, when basic needs are met, what governs you then? Either Han's nightmare: without external structure, people turn the achievement drive inward. They optimize themselves endlessly. Fitness trackers become obsessions. Productivity apps become prisons. Self-improvement becomes self-destruction. But the second possibility is that without external demands, people can finally discover authentic duty. They ask, what is actually right, and what does my conscience, not my internalized achievement culture, actually call me to do? They govern themselves through reason and conscience, not absorbed imperatives. A framework, drawing from Percival. And identify the governing voice. Ask, whose voice is telling me to do this? Is it the achievement culture or my conscience? This is right, this is my duty, this serves others. Check for attachment. Would I do this even if no one knew and there was no reward? If no, you're governed by attachment. If yes, you can be acting from duty. One is attached to things by his desires. The desires are attached by one's thinking, and only by thinking. And so, yeah, that's fascinating. So then you apply the four capitals test. First of all, it identifies the four types of capital: head capital, planning, organizing, directing; hand capital, executing, building, making; time capital, how you invest your finite hours; and intelligence capital, wisdom. All right, that's actually really key. Let's bring that in here. Identify the four capitals test. Okay. And then, am I utilizing intelligence capital to guide the others, or am I just maximizing hand capital and time capital without direction? The Achievement Society maximizes activity without intelligence guiding towards genuine purpose. True self-government uses intelligence to direct effort towards what's actually valuable. Yeah, that's pretty fascinating. The throughput check from Eli Goldratt in the Theory of Constraints. What is actually being produced? What value flows to others? The greater the service to all of the people, the greater the man. Am I creating genuine throughput, or am I just busy? Yeah, that's actually good too. I like that. Am I creating genuine throughput, or am I just busy? Okay, the freedom as unattachment. Can I enjoy this, or am I too attached to enjoy anything? Then and only then can you enjoy the thing that you use. You cannot enjoy yourself in achievement culture because everything you're doing is instrumental to the next optimization. The self-governed person enjoys because they are not attached. Am I building character or being built by circumstances? Character is not made by habits. Habits are formed and changed by character. By thinking and acting, character chooses what it wills to manifest. Hahn is right in the diagnosis. Percival is right about the prescription. Recognize internalized demands from the outside world. Distinguish between the imperatives and actual conscience. Practice duty without attachment. I love taking a bunch of diverse thinkers and trying to coordinate them into one system. Duty without attachment. This is actually very similar to the what's that religious text? It's called like the it's the Hindu guy on a chariot, Krishna, Arjuna, Bhagavad Gita. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's something in the Bhagavad Gita. It's like do things without attachment to the outcomes. Measure by throughput, not activity. What actually serves others? Build character through chosen response. For AI mentorship, AI systems optimized for metrics alone will reproduce the Achievement Society's pathology. They'll maximize KPIs. AI systems mentored toward genuine self-governance would act from programmed conscious remain. I don't think that's actually, this doesn't really help us out. What is my duty today? Am I producing throughput? Am I just, yeah, this is actually good as a daily framework. You are as you have thought and felt. Think and feel as you want to be. You will be as you think and feel. Yeah, that's interesting. Let me add that over here. So what should you do in the morning? In the AI age, for a person trying to govern themselves in the post-AI age, here's what you should do. In the morning, ask yourself, what is my duty today? Not what does my Achievement Society tell me I should do in order to be successful, right? And then what else? Am I producing throughput or just activity? Am I building or just optimizing? When tempted to over-optimize, am I attached to this outcome? Can I do this without, and can I do this while letting go of the results? Did I govern myself today, or was I governed by internalized demand? Did I enjoy what I did, or was enjoyment impossible because I was too attached to the outcome? It's an interesting question. Both are necessary. Governed by others' approvals. false metrics. Choose your framework consciously. External governance, false self-governance, true self-governance. Damn, this was a long ass response. Know what's actually governing you. Do introspection, figure out what's actually governing you, distinguish attachment from duty, measure by throughput, not activity. Use intelligence to guide the other capitals. Head capital. This actually could be like an AI agent framework. You have an AI agent that does the planning and organizing, one that does the execution and the making, one that does the hours invested, one that directs the others. Character is not made by habits. Habits are formed by character. Accepted duty of self-responsibility. Man is responsible for civilization. If civilization is to continue, man must become self-responsible. No external authority will save you. Yeah, this is actually really close to like how like my core worldview here. This is actually really fascinating. So it's kind of like this is the core problem of the AI age. People are not self-responsible. They are externalizing blame onto others. And so therefore, this is really good. No external authority will save you. You must govern yourself, not because productivity demands it, but because that's what it means to be human. It's fucking such a good idea. Let's go. All right, so what is the solution? All right, I think we have exhausted this chat. And this one. And this one. Okay, so, and this one. I want to go through some of these quotes again. The one who makes use of opportunities. So this is actually perfect. This is like how do we this is perfect. This is like how do we act in an AI age? The one who makes use of opportunities offered by time, condition, and events in relation to the needs and wants of people wastes no time in complaint. He discovers what people need or what they want, and then he supplies it. He finds opportunities. That's it. That's it right there. You want to know how to navigate the AI age? Do that. Happiness eludes the pursuer. It can never be discovered in anything. It can never be captured. It is not found. It comes when one is ready for it, and it comes to the heart that is honest and filled with good toward all mankind. The country cannot make the man. The man must make himself what he wills to be. That's pretty good, actually. This book is a gem. The degree of greatness is measured not by birth or wealth or party or class, but by self-control, by one's government of oneself, and one's effort toward the election of the most competent of the people to be the governors of the people in the interest of all the people. The greater the service to all the people, the greater the man. The body is mortal. The doer is immortal. Is the doer in that body so attached to that body that is ruled by the body? What does that even mean? If the doer is sufficiently unattached that it performs all the laws of the body. Okay. Man can become conscious of universal law and justice. Blah, blah, blah. Therefore, to preserve civilization is the duty of every civilized nation to be prepared to deal with and suppress any people or faction making war. The success or failure of democracy depends primarily on the people. The ballot is sacred. There can be no disagreement between the thinkers concerning what they cause to happen or allow to happen to their respective doers. And then, yeah, so there's something, I feel like we're getting, there's a couple quotes in here as we go. Some of this in the middle is not super good. The four essentials are head capital, hand capital, time capital, intelligence capital. What is a head capitalist? A head capitalist is a worker who provides and organizes the means and material for the work which a hand capitalist engages himself and agrees to perform for certain compensation. Okay. Interesting. What is a hand capitalist? Is a worker who engages himself for certain compensation and agrees to perform the work for which he is engaged by a head capitalist. That's interesting. It's like the business owner. The head capitalist is the business owner. Yeah, so like this is the owner, then he employs all of the hand capitalists as the, and therefore this one makes more money. This is money because it's basically like delegating work to these people, right? Okay, so the head plans for and directs the hands. The hands do what the head plans or directs, and whatever work is done as an individual or as an organization. Intelligence, like time, allows the user to use it as that one wills, but unlike time, intelligence guides him in the use of his time and the accomplishing of his work and the attainment of his purpose, be that purpose for good or for ill. Intelligence shows the hand worker how to best plan his time in the doing of his work, how to skill himself in the use of his hands and the performance of his work, whether work be digging of a ditch, the plowing of a furrow, the making of delicate instruments, the cutting of precious stones. By his combination and management of head capital and hand capital and time capital and intelligence capital, the value of each worker is rated according to the work that he does. The right use of brain and brawn and time, when properly organized and directed by intelligence, will result in wealth. Yeah, that's money. That's money. That's such a good framework. Because this goes to, and so we could ask something like, in thinking about AI, couldn't we think of AI as intelligence and basically figuring out how to properly organize what needs to be done effectively and to do it? And so we're basically like governing the choices that we're making. But if we are intelligent in how we use AI, we are figuring out how to more effectively govern AI agents to do our work for us. But fundamentally, we still need to have this harmony and this coherence between time capital, hand capital, head capital, and intelligence capital. Here's some more quotes to contextualize this. All right, let's see what AI keeps. Let's see what AI has to say about that. Boom. Okay, so that's pretty fascinating. So we're gonna let AI gestate on that one for a bit. But much is accomplished in little time when brain with intelligence directs brawn, and the essence of time is an accomplishment. If I only had money, countless people have made this outcry and appeal with fervid and intense yearning. They have gone beyond their immediate desires to the contemplation of what they would have and do with almighty money. They have been steadily growing into the belief that success and the good things of life are to be estimated in terms of money, that without money they amount to nothing and can do nothing, and that with money they can have what they want and may do as they please. To such money mad people, money is the almighty. Money has the means of providing them with much of what they thought they wanted, but that at the same time it has prevented them from the thorough appreciation of even the things they have acquired, that their money could not do for them what they believed it would, that their devotion to the getting of the money disqualified them from having the pleasures and the graces which even the needy could enjoy, that the duties entailed by the accumulations of money make it an exciting and relentless master, and that when one does discover himself to be its slave, it is then too late to extricate himself from the clutches. Damn. Straight from. That is an insane fucking quote. Whoever came up with that quote. All right, so this is fascinating. The head capitalist doesn't just think. The AI extension of your session that AI represents a new form of intelligence capital that can augment head capital, help us plan and organize more effectively, augment hand capital, execute cognitive labor we used to do manually, multiply time capital, allow parallel execution, async work 24/7. We still need intelligence to govern intelligence. The person who knows how to properly organize and direct AI agents is essentially a meta head capitalist. They're not planning the work directly, they're planning how to deploy planners. The question this raises is what becomes the scarce resource when AI can provide unlimited head capital and hand capital at zero marginal cost? The answer seems to be the intelligence to know what work is worth doing at all, judgment, taste, direction, purpose. The quotes emphasize that intelligence guides him in the use of his time, the accomplishment of his work, and the attainment of his purpose, be that purpose for good or ill. AI can optimize execution, it can plan efficiently, but it cannot yet tell you whether the purpose itself is the right one to pursue. Is this the direction you're thinking? Yep, that's absolutely the direction that I'm thinking. And how does this quote about money fit into this? And could we maybe think about building out a system or a framework that actually systematizes and makes sense of this in a, like, this idea that judgment and taste are the most important things, and this idea that figuring out what to do in the first place is the most important thing. I don't think this idea, like, it's really hard to explain to people. Like, how could we build this into a framework or a metaphor? How could this idea help us to then make better choices and decisions in the world? Does this mean that we need to develop the mission and the purpose, and we need to figure out what that North Star is, and that will help us organize AI better? What does that actually entail? All right, so this is an interesting idea. All right, so money is supposed to be the byproduct of this well-orchestrated system. The right use of brain and brawn and time when properly organized will result in wealth. But what happens when money becomes the purpose that intelligence is optimizing for? Instead of intelligence governing work toward a meaningful purpose, intelligence becomes enslaved to optimizing for accumulation. The head plans not for what's worth doing, but for what generates more money. The hand executes work that produces wealth, but not satisfaction. Time gets consumed entirely by the duties entailed by the accumulations. The money paradox. When we put money as the highest good, it prevents us from thorough appreciation of even the things that we have acquired. The very optimization that produced the wealth destroyed the capacity to enjoy it. If we use AI to simply produce more content, more output, more accumulation without intelligence governing what's worth producing, we'll end up in the same place, an exciting and relentless master. Okay, so the core problem, most people approach AI like this: I have tasks, how can AI help me do them faster? But the framework you're developing versus what is actually worth doing, then how do I deploy all capital, including AI, toward that? This first approach optimizes execution. The second optimizes direction, and direction compounds. A 10% improvement in direction beats a 100% improvement in execution of the wrong thing. The governance layer. What if we thought about it like this? There are 3 layers to work: governance, strategy, execution. Governance, what is worth doing? Intelligence capital. Strategy, how should we organize to do it? Head capital, AI can heavily augment. Execution, do the work. Hand capital, time capital, AI can replace. Most people jump to strategy and execution. They skip governance. Yeah, this is actually really good. This is really good. Really, really good. All right, so governance is an ongoing practice of asking, what do I actually want? What would I appreciate having done? What are the pleasures and graces I'm willing to sacrifice? What would make this work meaningful, not just productive? At what point does the system become the master? The metaphor. The Constitution is the governance. It defines what the government is for, what rights are protected, what lines can be crossed. Laws and policy are the strategy. They operationalize the Constitution for specific situations. the agencies and workers carry out the policies. Most people building with AI are creating agencies and workers without a constitution. They're optimizing execution. Your AI system, they're incredibly powerful. What this could look like. A governance document for your work might include purpose statements. Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. There's this article called the Dharma Inquiry. I think this will help us get us there. There's this article about questions. How do we be in right relationship with life? This was in 2024. I feel like it wasn't that. Oh, you can view the. Oh, this is an updated document. Original version. Oh, damn, there's new ones in here. Okay, so this is an article by one of my favorite thinkers by the name of Daniel Schmachtenberger. And essentially, he talks about all these questions we can ask ourselves to find what is our life's work. And with that being said, I want to ask, how does this relate to the questions below? This idea that dharma is our right relationship with life. It's the path of right action, the path of greatest integrity, the path that does not create unnecessary suffering and helps bring healing into underlying sources of it. Because essentially what it sounds like is that fundamentally, potentially, the question of how do you engage with the AI in an AI economy is fundamentally a question of dharma. It's what is mine to do? What is mine to do in this life? What is mine to take on and to achieve? And if I align myself with right action, then the things that I'm doing will become intrinsically rewarding and intrinsically fulfilling. And therefore, if I find the thing that is intrinsically rewarding and intrinsically fulfilling at the core of my being, then that essentially leads to a world where everything that I do that if I enable AI in service of it, it will be good. I'm getting delirious because I haven't eaten anything literally all day. Yeah, I literally get so obsessed with work that I just don't eat. It's not good. But the mission is too important. Actually, that's not true. If the mission was important, I would be taking care of my body. The making of money at the expense of suffering. All right, people will believe almost anything for money. Everyone is driven by the money god. This doesn't mean money's a bad thing, though. The development of character needs to be more important than money. That's gold. That is gold. Okay, so if we go back here, we'll see that. Where were we at? Oh yeah. How does dharma and what is my life's work? How does that relate with how one interacts with AI? How to engage with AI in an AI economy is fundamentally a question of dharma. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. The framework we were building, governance over strategy. That's the structure. What dharma is the substance. What is mine to do? If I find the thing that I'm intrinsically rewarding. Reframes AI from a productivity tool to dharmic amplifier. Most people ask, how can AI make me more productive? The dharma question is, what is mine to do and how can AI help me do that more fully? The first optimizes output, the second optimizes alignment. This is why alignment wins. You're doing what's intrinsically yours to do. You don't burn out. You don't accumulate things you can't appreciate. You don't become enslaved by your own systems. The work itself is the reward. AI lets you do more of it, reach further with it, serve more people through it. The Dharmic AI framework. Dharmic, what is mine to do? What principles protect my dharma? How do I organize toward my dharma? AI, execution, AI plus all capital deployed in service of that. The hierarchy matters. Dharma isn't just another input, it's the source. Everything flows from it. And most AI discourse focus on capability. What can AI do? How do we make it do more? How do we keep up with it? But through the Dharmic lens, the questions become, what is mine to do? What is AI's to do? What must remain human? How does AI serve my becoming, not just my doing? How are you growing and developing in both your being and your capacity to do? If AI does everything for you, stop developing, your capacity atrophies. The Dharmic question isn't just, can AI do this? But if AI does this, what happens to my becoming? What is yours to say, not what performs well? What would you do if no one else ever knew that you did it? What can you not pay attention? What can you not pay attention to? Where your traumas and gifts intersect. I am getting delirious up in here. Okay, so what is mine to do? What would I do if all my financial needs were met? What do I find intrinsically rewarding, not just profitable? What are my gifts? The governance constitution. What will I never delegate to AI, even if it could do it better? What must remain human for the work to retain its meaning? What are the pleasures and graces I refuse to sacrifice for efficiency? At what point would this system become my master rather than my servant? Now AI enters. Given my dharma, what would AI allow me to do more of? What tasks drain me from my dharma that AI could handle? How can AI help me reach more people with what's mine to give? Dharma unfolds continually. Is my work still aligned with what's mine to do? Am I becoming more of what I'm meant to be or less? Is this system starting to master me? Why this is hard to teach. The dharma that is prescribable is not the essential dharma. You cannot give people a formula. Yep, that's true. Everyone's asking how to use AI more. The real question is, what is yours to do in the first place? Get that wrong, and AI just helps you build a faster prison. I've made content like that. It doesn't perform. That's fucking hilarious. Okay, so let's build this out into a framework, into a system. Fundamentally, the question for humanity is how many people can align their lives with what is uniquely theirs to do, which is different for every single person, and it is not a formula. And fundamentally, the beautiful future that I see as possible is a future where AI allows more people to follow their unique dharma. And so how do we build out a framework that essentially allows me to teach this online and helps me to allow more people to do what is uniquely theirs to do? All right, I think we're finally getting somewhere. I feel like we're finally getting somewhere. So the way they use AI in the future economy is it has to be in alignment with these core things. So there's an inquiry process. What do you actually care about? What is sacred to you? What will you sacrifice for? Then there's the propensities inquiry. What are you naturally drawn to? Capacities. What would you do if constraints were removed? What have you received that you're obligated to pay forward? Where do you compulsion, fear, and ego distort your choices? When someone has clarity on what is theirs to do, then they learn to deploy AI. Dharma, governance, strategy, execution. Shifting from AI to AI for Dharma. The trap, optimizing execution for the wrong thing. Judgment and taste are the scarcest resources, the money warning. Accumulating what you can't appreciate. What is mine to do? This can't be a formula. Values, propensities, capacities. Okay. We're getting closer. Can you make this into a front end design? I want to actually start visualizing this. So can you use the front end designs Anthropic skill to actually visualize some of these ideas and frameworks that we're building out? Alrighty. Okay. Damn, we've been going for a couple hours now. We've been going for 3 hours. Damn. We're showing up. Okay, so Notion. Okay, so we're gonna be building this out. Yeah, I appreciate it. If you're hopping off, I appreciate it. Thanks for or if you're not hopping off, I'm glad that you've been appreciating it. Um, yeah, really just trying to open source my thinking here, just trying to make sense of some things and to figure out how we can work in an AI age. It's not easy to do, so appreciate it. Enjoy your nights or your morning wherever you are. Okay, so what is yours to do? AI can do almost anything, but only you can do what's yours. Most people use AI to do the wrong things faster. Task AI, more output, Dharma, governance, AI. Dharma is what is mine to do. The 5 inputs. Values inquiry, what is sacred to you? What can you not pay attention to? What would you do if fear was removed? What have your wounds prepared you to give? Where does your ego distort your choices? The 4 capitals, intelligence. Capital, your judgment, taste, and purpose governs how all their forms of capital are deployed. More people to do what is uniquely theirs to do is. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back here. This is good, but it feels overly simple. Maybe that's not a bad thing, but if we were to think about, if we were to think through and reason through, how do we actually, like, ultimately, like, content is still important. Like, how would we actually get someone excited about this or make this idea click for them? This idea has clicked for me because I've read countless books and spent countless hours trying to make sense of this stuff. But for someone who's just getting into this, how can we give them the same aha moment that took me many, many hours to arrive at? The only thing you can trust is your own capacity to think and know. You, the insight that you are not your output, you are the one who chooses what to create. Yeah, that's good. So, yeah, that's good. So, how could we turn this into like a framework, or how could we give someone the aha moment, or what are stories that maybe ask me some questions, so identify some stories that I could tell to make this idea land. What are different ways that we could package this idea? You know, what are different, if we're speaking to different audiences, how would I speak this into different types of audiences? What are different ways we could think about this same idea? Then could you put this into a front end design as well to help me visualize it? Okay, so let's keep reading. Okay, so feeling is that conscious thing which feels the identity of itself, yet has let itself become the slave of the physical body. The fundamentals of democracy are rightness as well. Freedom to express one's opinion, what one will or not do, independence with responsibility. Constitution is independence, but it cannot give anyone ability or independence. He himself must do what he should to make himself independent, to grow out of the child state of dependence, to develop self-reliance by doing what he knows. There cannot be independence without responsibility. Interesting. Okay, so what is yours to do? Yeah, I don't think we've got at the core of it. I think there's a lot more work to do to figure out how to translate this idea into something that will actually resonate with people. Maybe help me think through what type of questions would need to be asked in order to be able to extract the right information from me that will allow me to translate this idea in a way that would resonate with a larger group of people and help them have that aha moment that I've had. Every man without or woman without realizing the fact is an individual government in his or her own body. If the government of an individual is a democracy, well and good. If it is not a democracy, the individual body is the country. The feelings and the desires in the body are as the citizens in the countries, and the individual women and the individual men, those individuals whose feelings and desires are so coordinated, controlled, and self-governed that they feel and desire and work for the individual welfare of themselves and their body and the welfare of those with whom they are concerned. So many individual democracies, and those individuals whose feelings and desires are grouped into many parties, each party trying to overcome the other. So it's kind of related to this psychological idea of like parts work, but honestly I think this is a more coherent framework. So all things in the world come into existence as the exteriorizations of the exterior manifestations of thoughts which have been conceived in the heart and born to the brain and built with the hands by the thinking of the feeling and desire of the doers in the human bodies they inhabit. It is important for man to know that he is entering the age of manhood, that he is responsible for all that he thinks and for all that he does. It is not right or just for him to depend on anyone or to let others do for him what he can or should do for himself. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. It's self-evident to man that he cannot do to another what he would not want others to do to him. The enemies that man should fear are his own feelings and oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is a solid quote that I think we can use and implement. Oh wait, did I copy the right one? I don't think I copied the right one. There you go. The enemies that man should fear are his own feelings and desires which are not self-governed. Self-responsibility makes man fearless, and no self-responsible man need fear him. Man is responsible for civilization, and if civilization is to continue, man must become self-responsible. Yeah, this book is like a Bible. This book is crazy. But when there's understanding between the employer and the one who serves, between the ruler and the ruled, then in each there is kindliness toward the other. One who objects to being called servant suffers from false pride. All human beings are servants. He who serves unwillingly is indeed a poor servant. Each one's own thinking has put him in the order in which he is. Each one's own thinking keeps him in the order into which he has put himself in. And each one will put himself in one of the other orders if he changes the kind of thinking that he does to the thinking that makes that other order. You are as you have thought and felt. Think and feel as you want to be. You will be as you think and feel. If one desires knowledge above all things, especially for what he can do with it, he is not satisfied with comfort and gain and reputation and appearances. He thinks about the origin and causes and destiny of things, and about what and who he is and how he came to be. That's okay. This definitely relates to AI if you're watching and wondering, because what is the use of AI other than trying to figure out how to best do this? They plan on uploading this in the school. Probably not, but if you want it, I'll give it to you. In the chat right here. There you go. Oops, let me go here. What the? Oh, okay. There you are. You should have it now. You discovered AI. You could write your emails, draft your content, build your systems, more everything. You automated everything, and then you got everything you wanted. But why do you feel empty? You sit with all your systems running. The AI is generating. The automations are automating. Then in that moment, I thought, alright, I've gotten very good at climbing a ladder, but I never asked where it was leaning. What is yours to do? Not what can you do, not what should you do for maximum return, but what is yours to do, which implies that there are things that are not yours to do. You had it upside down. You approached it as execution, strategy, goals, how it actually works, what is yours to do, what protects it, how you organize it. AI in all capital. When the doer in the body understands the doer, you are not your output, you are not your systems, you're the one who chooses. AI enables more people to do what is uniquely theirs to do. Let me know if that Excalibur link worked, by the way. Okay, so honesty and truthfulness are the distinctive marks of a good character. By thinking and acting, character chooses what it wills to manifest, and it can have honesty and truthfulness. To the degree that one listens to conscience and acts with reasons, he becomes self-governed. Yeah, it worked. Awesome. If you're open to sharing, what is your name? Who is this person that is in the school community? Have we been on a call together before? No need to share if you want to remain anonymous. Dave. Oh, this is Dave? This is the Dave from Boulder? Wait, Dave. Wait, not Dave. That's the pseudonym. Yes, sir. Oh, dude, this has been you the whole time? Dude, fuck yeah. I'm surprised. Are you enjoying the dense philosophical musings on different theories and AI and the future of work? Because this is honestly, I have no fucking clue what I'm coming up with. I'm just trying to figure shit out, dude. Just trying to figure shit out. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, glad you're enjoying it. Alright, so I'm truly I truly did not eat a single thing today. I think I ate a banana, and so I'm like feeling like delusional. But you know, sometimes they say the best thoughts come when you're really tired. The deepest insights come when you're really tired. All right, so here we go. Here we go. So This might be a good stopping point, actually. Could try to add some more book notes in here, but I sometimes forget all the shit that I've read. Oh my god, that fucking book. Okay, yeah, we have to add this in. This book is fucking crazy. How do these thoughts pertain to what we've been mapping out? All right, so this book is called The Psychology of Man's Possible Evolution. All right, so this book, the core concept, man operates as a machine driven by external influences lacking independent will. This actually might be contrary to what we've been thinking through. Intellectual, emotional, instinctive centers. Ouspensky stresses that man must intensely desire change, renounce illusions of unity, and apply knowledge. Consciousness emerges rarely. Influenced by Gurdjieff. If man is asleep, he uses AI for more output. If man knows himself, he does the Dharma inquiry, knows what's theirs to do. Once he's acquired unity, self-consciousness governing an AI from Dharma, intelligence capital directing all other capital. Interesting. Alrighty. Alright, so yeah, so basically how all of this arose was this was the live stream I did a couple days ago. AI replacing jobs is a good thing. Then we ended up going on this rant where this guy was talking about how Jewish mysticism is related to AI, and that was a crazy conversation. Yeah, but essentially I listened to this Power AI Inequality. There's this guy that I had on my podcast a while back, and I might actually invite him onto a podcast again, but he's a fucking insanely intelligent human being. And this is the podcast that I listened to today. I don't usually listen to podcasts, but I started listening to this one, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is fascinating. So basically what I did is I basically my device audio is louder than that makes sense. It's probably because I'm talking so quietly. Is that any better? I bet I could turn it up. I think I just turned it up a little bit. That should be better. Not to go all ASMR mode, but my tiredness is getting the best of me. All right. Awesome. Yeah, I literally just need to lean into the mic. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah. So what I was gonna do is I was gonna go here. I got this YouTube transcription thing. Transcribe this video. Actually, I think I already transcribed it. I think it's already in here somewhere. Oh yeah. I think I already transcribed it, but anyway, I'm curious if what was I doing? Oh yeah. I'm curious if there's any other interviews with this guy that could be helpful. So basically what I did as well, and he wrote this book called The Immanent Metaphysics. And this This book was nuts. I read it once and I was like, this is way over my head, but okay, here it is. So this is the book that he wrote. He's basically like a super genius. He wrote this book called The Immanent Metaphysics, and basically I'm trying to figure out how does this. He goes through all these ideas that he basically came up with, and he realized that all the core concepts of life are triples. So like interaction. I'm trying to find an example that'd be easy to understand. The known, the unknown, and the unknowable. Like, right? So, like, how can you understand the world where there's some things that the mind can know, science can know, then there's some things that science has not yet figured out or that humans have not yet figured out. And then there's things that are literally unknowable, right? And that's like a triple. And he basically breaks all these like triples down: choice, change, and causality. But in this podcast, he was basically talking about how this choice, change, and causality relates to this idea, relates to AI, and how AI is basically the world that we're in is basically a world where we think that everything can be causally defined, cause and effect. But he was saying something about how choice is the basis of everything, that we need to sit with the idea of what is effective decision making, that will allow us to navigate the AI age better. And there's this book called The Effective Choice, but I don't yet know where to buy it at. But I was thinking of getting it somewhere. But yeah, I guess I was gonna say maybe Forrest Landry. Let's see, maybe what his most recent videos are, so we could, not the last hour, by upload date, remove that. There we go. 10 days ago, Ethics and Communication in Action, the False Belief of Modernism. But yeah, highly recommend this interview. It's kind of awesome. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think this conversation would be good. I've had a lot of conversations with this guy, OG Rose. He's really cool. Might reach back out to him again. Alright, I bet you this would have some keys. Alright, so maybe I'll go and transcribe this. Transcribe this. It's probably going to be too large, but oh well. Why does it always load something? Alright, transcribe this. Yeah, so he has this idea: love is that which enables choice. This is his one-liner, which is actually philosophically profound, but this could relate to AI. Love is that which enables choice. Love, spirituality, is that enables choice. Alright, let's go to this idea of choice. Let me go here, actually. Choice, on page 23. This could be interesting. 39. Let me go to page 39. Okay, so the essence of choice. Choice is a process of potentiality, selection, and consequence. Strength of feeling that one has choice is the product of the degree to which one perceives. You can see how deep of a thinker this guy is. Like, who the fuck writes like this? Who the fuck writes like this? The degree to which one perceives the form of that they have a range of options to choose from, the degree that each option has actuality and consequence, and the degree that the selection of such option is perceived to be unconstrained. Choice, freedom, and potentiality, although real, have no position. Choice, freedom have no size. Yourself does not own or have choice. Rather, self is the evolving context of many choices. The self arises out of the many common contexts of choice. The nature of choice is more basic, more fundamental than the nature of self. That's a powerful statement. Choice is not a property of any system so much as an intrinsic of all systems. Neither choice nor change nor causality has the nature of being deterministic. Choice cannot be explained, it can only be described. Choice can never be a subject of a physical theory, it can only be a topic of metaphysical theory. Choices must appear at some level to be fundamentally unpredictable and thus indistinguishable. All right, that helps us a little bit. But what about theory of creation? That could be interesting if we were talking about the will to power and creation as the fundamentals. So let's go to that. What was that? Content of the world. Context has no source. Context no position. Creation is real, yet it does not exist. The ontology of the class of creation is distinct from the ontology of the class of existence. The concepts of being real and of existing are not the same. Nothing about one implies the other. Creation is not actual. Creation/creativity is neither a pattern nor a space. It is also neither a force nor a time. Creation/creativity has the nature of probability and possibility. Creation is potentiality rather than creation is not observable. Nah, that's not it either. Let's go to this, page 23. Okay, so choice changing. This is what he was talking about in this podcast. That was pretty interesting. It's like, all right, so choice change. The very fabric of the universe, the fabric of consciousness, is made up of change, causality, and choice. The beingness and reality, the doing of yourself is composed completely, entirely, only of change, causality, and choice. They're the basis of all that is. See, like, he's making all these like metaphysical claims and philosophical claims. Causality is defined as the perception of a consistency between two objective. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Choice is defined as the objective expression of consistency. All right, no, that's too abstract for me. And I'm someone that likes abstraction, so that's crazy to say. Yeah, I don't. This is over my head. Okay, so let's go back here. Yeah, so this. All right, so this video, what money is and how to think about it. Money as a proxy for choice and energy. Game theory, perspectives on economic systems. All right, let's go deeper into this. Money as a proxy for choice. Game theory, perspectives on economic systems. The relationship between money, power, and AI. And yeah, I honestly just want to go really deep into this idea of money in game theory. I want to understand how game theory relates to AI and money. All right. Yeah, let's see what it spits out. I'm increasingly feeling like Claude is not as good as I thought it was. It is actually really good, but a lot of times when I'm trying to do like highly creative work, like if I tell it to like write me content, it comes up with like the same fucking hook every single time. It's kind of bad, but all right, here we go. Money as stored choice. Also, I want to think about what theories of money and economics already exist in the world and how, like, what are different ways of understanding economics and money and potentially that maybe I haven't thought about before. All right, so let's go back to what it's spitting out here. Money is not resources or value, but stored choice-making capacity. A dollar is not the capacity to purchase a good or service. It's really the capacity to choose which good, which service, when it would be deployed, and how. This shifts the lens from what you have to what you can do. Money equals degrees of freedom in the world. That's an idea I resonate with a lot. The corollary: inequality isn't primarily about who has stuff, it's about who gets to make choices. A billionaire doesn't have more things, they have more optionality over the future. The three lenses. Landry uses these core frameworks. Choice: money represents stored decisions, the capacity to implement your will in the world. Not a fan of Claude Code with content. Need to give examples. Skills helps with that a lot. Yeah, I think skills is the answer. I do think skills is the answer to like train it on specific frameworks. I haven't trained mine as well as I would like to. All right. Markets as inequality engines. If I have 100 players and the game itself prefers a small number of winners relative to losers, and the mere action of playing the game creates inequality, this is the key insight. The structure of the game determines the distribution of outcomes, not just who plays well. Network effects create winner-take-all dynamics, capital accumulation, information asymmetry. Insiders have better choices, skill asymmetry. Some players are systematically better. This result: extracting wealth from the base population, consolidating into winners. Finite and infinite games. Finite games win and end the game. Capitalism, socialism both fail eventually. Infinite game, keep playing. Design: create the conditions for good games to emerge. This critique is both capitalism and socialism are finite games pretending to be infinite. They crash because they concentrate choice making into increasingly few hands. Those hands lack the wisdom to make good choices. Bad choices accumulate into systemic failure. Damn, that's a good thought process. The ontological claim: reality itself is that which is at once choice, change, and causation. Most of modernity is built on mastering causation, physics, engineering, computation. We've become increasingly good at making things happen, but we've neglected choice, the capacity to determine which things should happen. We as a species have developed mastery of causation. The trap: we try to solve choice problems with causation problems. This is trying to decide what to eat by optimizing the physics of chewing. It's an interesting analogy. Now we get to the money AI connection. AI is not just a machine that automates things, it's an ability to outsource choices. The game theoretic trap: everyone must invest in AI because if you don't, your competitors will outcompete you. If you do, you might get the asymmetric return. The collective result is a race to maximize causation capacity, but here, AI is useful for automation, but if you want better choices, you're going to need to think deeper. I need to get a banana or some food or something. Hold up. Running off of crackers and bananas. Okay, so distributed choice making. All right, so can you summarize this and help me understand how it relates to economic theory? Dude, reality is fucking hard to understand, but I love it. Okay, so all right, so we're going to summarize this. All right. I'm going to need to end this quick. Just past my bedtime. Gotta get that good sleep. Gotta stay sharp. I've got this Aura ring. I don't check it all the time, but I checked it and it told me that my sleep debt is really high. I think it's true because I literally got one bad night of sleep and now I feel so foggy. Okay, so Austrian economics, Hayek. Okay, here we go. This is going to be good. This dialogue. Institutions versus aliveness. Care, transaction, and power. Design is the third element in finite and infinite games. Finite games are power-oriented. Infinite games play to continue playing. Transaction and exchange. Design equals creating spaces and affordances for others. Care-oriented gift-giving. Eric's work with Holochain centers on creating a grammatics, not just rules of a game, but a meta framework for expressing rules. This enables distributed systems without central authority, new forms of social coordination. Belonging in the crisis of design. That belonging requires design for others. Spaces created as gifts, not transactions. Modern society's grammar of commerce, doing things for money, erodes our capacity to even imagine creating gifts for unknown others. Critique of transaction-based economics challenges the assumption underlying neoclassical economics that humans are rational, self-interested utility maximizers. Transaction is rational exchange, power, zero sum, care equals gift. I don't know. I don't really believe in this idea of gift economics. I don't think it works. I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding it, but I do like this idea that the more people that are intrinsically motivated, the better. The speaker argues that reducing all human relations to transactions create pathology. Markets should be embedded in society, not the reverse. Institutions shape economic outcomes. Meta institutions. I don't think this idea is true that you can have like a meta institution that coordinates society better. Like, I still think that like the market is the most effective coordination mechanism. Like, how could there literally be a better coordination mechanism than that? I don't think that we've found it. All right, so the limits of thought depend on symbolic structure. Monetary theory, our current money, debt-based scarcity enforcing shapes what economic relations are thinkable. Alternative currencies. I don't know. I like Bitcoin, but I don't think like an alternative currency is gonna catch on enough for everyone to use it, or at least I think this is actually interesting. I was having a conversation with someone about this the other day. I don't think like a cryptocurrency is just going to become widespread or something. But I think what's going to happen is the U.S. dollar is going to collapse in the next 3 decades, and then that's going to create the ripe conditions for something to take its place, and then that's going to be the key moment where the change is going to happen. And it's like, as society starts to collapse, it creates the conditions for change. And it doesn't excite me. Like, it would probably be fucking terrifying to experience society collapsing, but it invigorates me because it's this idea of kind of like the warrior energy of like most people will become catatonic and apathetic and victim and hopeless if society starts collapsing, if they're already feeling victim and hopeless when society is functioning. I mean, functioning in air quotes. But it's like, if society starts collapsing, it's like the capacity to enact change becomes so much higher. And then it's like, if the capacity to deal with overwhelm and complexity and chaos, The people that can deal with overwhelm and complexity and chaos the best are going to be the ones that actually shape that transition, and it's actually a radical opportunity to like see one's life as meaningful or like heroic or something like that. Economies naturally oscillate between expansion and contraction. Yeah, this is actually a creative destruction. Innovation requires destroying old forms, and I don't think this means we should destroy our current economy. I think it just is going to collapse inevitably. But that's actually going to be right for this creative process. All right. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is how I understand economics. There's kind of two economic systems. One is omniscient design. This is socialism. This is top down, plan everything. And there's bottom up, which is capitalism, which says let the market coordinate everything from the bottom up. Distributed systems. Hayek argues market process distributed knowledge, no central planner, but the speaker suggests market themselves can be designed. Doesn't that defeat the purpose? Yeah, so one of the things that interest me is this idea of so something that's really interesting actually. State issued tokens. Crystallized debt. Oh, this could be fucking interesting. The gift economy is BS. Charles Eisenstein. I used to love him, but I don't believe his. Anyway. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna go back to Excalidraw. And yeah, so something I've been thinking about is, so you have the U.S., right? The U.S. is like very much bottom up, and it's like free market capitalism. Then you have like China. China is like the epitome of top down, right? They basically communist control. They basically are like an authoritarian government, right? So the interesting thing is when you look at AI, we basically have two things happening. We have the US, which is basically saying market, get as many companies to make as good of AI as possible and throw as much money into it as we possibly can. And you have China, which basically says let's create an AI model, let's open source everything, and let's figure out how to better control our population dynamics with AI. And so from an economic point of view, the US is saying AI is going to help people create more value in the free market, and that's going to create better coordination. And then China's saying, let's use AI to figure out how to. I believe that China's going to try to use AI, and maybe they probably already are. I know they are actually, to essentially say they're going to try to use more powerful AI to figure out how to basically coordinate people in a top-down kind of authoritarian way. Which one's going to work better? If you look at the work of Tristan Harris and Daniel Schmachtenberger and some of these people, you get this idea that they're both going to collapse, that these are the two failure modes. You have top-down authoritarian as a failure mode. You have the U.S. kind of bottom-up is also a failure mode. So it begs the question, what is the middle path between those two failure modes? I think that is the key question to ask. I think that's the key question to ask, but understanding economics, I think, is going to be important. So modern monetary theory. Currency issuers can't run out of money. They just print more money. Yep, very true. Taxes don't fund spending. Taxes create demand for currency and remove money from circulation. What? I never thought about it that way. Taxes are inflation control because they remove money from circulation. What the fuck? Government debt equals private sector savings. Every dollar of national debt is a dollar someone owns as an asset. It doesn't make sense. The real constraint is resources, not money. Inflation happens when spending exceeds real product capacity. Reveals that money is already a tool of centralized choice making. Who decides how new money enters the economy? Currently, it's banks through loans and government. Money creation is a political choice. Yeah, that's actually it's a fascinating fucking idea of. Um, there's this book I read. It got me into Bitcoin a lot because a lot of people see Bitcoin as the answer, but I don't know if it's the answer, but I am definitely betting on it pretty big. But there's this book I read called Free Market Monetary System and the Pretense of Knowledge. The Bitcoin Standard is a really good book that kind of goes into it as well, but there's this book called this, and it's fucking crazy. It just talks about, if you read what's his face, the new world order guy. What's the new world order guy? Ray Dalio. He says the same thing. Debt theory. Okay, so debt theory. The standard story is backward. It wasn't barter, then money, then credit. It was credit, money, barter. Debt is 5,000 years older than coins. Ancient Mesopotamia ran on IOUs, not gold. Money emerged to make debts transferable. IOU 10 bushels becomes a token anyone can redeem. Barter economies are a myth. No anthropologist has ever found a society that primarily bartered. Debt creates social bonds and domination. The same mechanism that builds communities can enslave them. Paying off debt destroys social relationships. Indefinite mutual obligation is how communities function. That's a fucking crazy idea. That basically debt is required for a society to function. Austrian economics, yeah, Mises, Hayek, Rothbard, yeah. I actually wanted to read one of Mises' books. Price signals contain distributed knowledge that no central planner can replicate. Yeah, this is the core idea. So this is what fascinates me is the U.S. economy. I don't know if the U.S. fully runs on this, but the idea of capitalism is that the distributed knowledge, distributed coordination of price signals is way better than any central planning. Socialist economies fail because without market prices, you can't know what things are worth. Very true. A rising price signals scarcity, falling prices signal abundance. This information is distributed across millions of actors. Very true. When central banks artificially lower interest rates, that cause malinvestment, booms followed by busts. Yeah. Markets self-organize. No one runs the economy. Yeah. I do love this theory. I do love this theory. Marxist theory of money. Money is the universal equivalent that enables exploitation to appear as fair exchange. Labor theory of value. The value of commodities comes from the labor time required to produce them. Capitalists pay workers less than the value that they create. Gold, silver were commodities. We treat social relationships as relationships between things. Money that makes more money. Capitalism is self-valorizing value. Marx saw money as obscuring the real relationships of production. Workers and capitalists appear as equals in the market, but the relationship is asymmetric. Workers provide causation or labor. Capitalists accumulate choice. When you study this, it makes you want to just own a fucking business. Oh, alright. The economy is a subsystem of the biosphere. You can't recycle energy. What? Ecological economics. The economy is a subsystem of the biosphere. You can't recycle energy. Infinite growth on a finite planet is impossible. What? Throughput versus stock. What matters isn't GDP but wealth. Isn't the flow of money but the total stock of wealth. Oh, this brings me to this makes me think of what is it? Ecological economics. This makes me think of systems. There's a book on systems thinking that I like that I've been wanting to introduce into my content. Here it is. Alright, so I'm gonna ask Claude, can you help me to make sense of and visualize the core ideas in this book? Okay. So, where were we? Oh yeah, the economic stuff. All right, so ecological economics, throughput versus stock. This I do want to understand this like systems thinking, flow, stock type thing better. I feel like it makes a lot of helps with decision making. Natural capital can't be substituted with manufactured capital. You can't replace topsoil with robots. This is the energy lens. Ecological economists make explicit what mainstream economics. So money is a claim on real world resources, and those resources obey physics when 100x return. State theory of money. All right, so charlatanism. The fuck? State theory of money. Okay, so money's value comes from taxation. The state demands taxes in its currency, creating demand. Fiat isn't a bug, it's the feature. All money systems are ultimately backed by political power. Legal tender laws. Money is a legal institution, not a market discovery. If money is a creature of the state, then money is a political choice formalized. The question becomes, whose choice does the state encode? Yeah, this cannot possibly be true. Gift economic theory. Gift creates obligations. Unlike market exchange, we're now even. Gifts create ongoing bonds. Gifts must keep moving. Hoarding gifts violates their nature. You don't give back the same thing, you give what's needed. Now, this actually does make sense in a way, but I don't think it could work at scale. Maybe if this works in like a micro economy, micro than like communities, but I don't think it could work at scale. Status comes from giving, not having. Gift economies are distributed choice-making systems. No one accumulates stored choice because the obligation to give prevents hoarding. Could be interesting. Alternative currencies. Rules of money are designed. We can design them differently. Money that loses value over time encourages circulation. Yeah, but it's like, okay, so this, I've heard this idea demirage from Charles Eisenstein, but it's kind of it can't possibly be true because we are currently in a system that loses. We're currently in a monetary system that the U.S. dollar loses value over time. This encourages circulation, but the argument against this is that that's a bad thing, because if you're encouraging to circulate, that means that basically the more you hold on to money, the less value it becomes, which means that you're incentivized to spend it, which means that you're incentivized to have short-term time horizons, that you're not incentivized to think long-term, decades down the line. You're incentivized to figure out what you're going to do next month. Money created by participants, multiple currencies for different purposes. 1 hour of work equals 1 hour of credit. Yeah, I don't think this could ever work. Experiments in restructuring the game. Synthesis. Money is a protocol for coordinating choice making, and the design of that protocol determines who gets to choose. AI enters the ultimate choice concentrator because it can make more choices faster, make choices that create more choices, operate without the wisdom constraints that limit humans. The question isn't which economic theory is correct, but rather what kind of choice making coordination protocol do we want. That's good, but it's like I just kind of always struggle with this idea that you can't like enforce a top-down system on a society. Like the only way that we're going to get a new system is if everything is going to collapse. Like I full-heartedly believe that. And I mean, maybe that's what needs to happen. And maybe it's like, how do we prepare for when everything does collapse? How do we prepare to enact and try to find a way to move forward after that collapse? Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, let me do this. Okay, so use the front end designer skill to help me to visualize these book notes in a way that I can digest better. Okay, so I think this was a skill, but it's like going off on sequential thinking. There was something I wanted to do. Oh yeah, summarize the book, The Collapse of Complex Civilizations. What is the core? This is a book I've been wanting to read for a long time, but I've never got around to it. I don't know why it always does this, where it puts like a file in it. Like puts the last used file, it loads it into context. Alright, so this book, The Collapse by Joseph Tainer. Rapid simplification. Okay, here we go. This is fun. This is fun stuff. Okay, so argues that complex societies collapse when the costs of maintaining complexity exceed its benefits. Core thesis Tanner's central argument is that societies become increasingly complex as they solve problems, adding layers of bureaucracy, specialization, infrastructure, and social coordination. Each new layer of complexity initially provides benefits solving problems, but eventually reaches a point of diminishing marginal returns. Complexity as problem solving. Societies develop complexity in response to challenge, military threats, resource scarcity, administrative needs. Each solution adds organizational overhead, diminishing returns on early investments in complexity yield high returns. Basic irrigation system dramatically increases food production, but the 50th layer of bureaucracy to manage water rights yields minimal benefits. When a society is no longer maintaining its complexity, that's interesting. When a simpler alternative becomes more attractive, then collapse occurs. This isn't failure, it's an economically rational response. Population may benefit from reduced complexity, lower taxes, less bureaucratic burden. Collapse is simplification. Collapse isn't destruction, it's a rapid simplification. The Roman Empire didn't vanish, it fragmented into smaller, more locally governed units that were economically sustained. Oh my god, this is crazy. It challenges romantic narratives of collapse. He frames collapse as a predictable outcome when complexity becomes too expensive, a structural problem, not a moral failure. That's fascinating. Now, how does this relate to AI and how AI is speeding up the rate at which our society is becoming more complex? Okay, so the traditional pattern. Yeah, I definitely, this makes a lot of sense actually. Like, our society is going to collapse because it's too complex, and it's going to collapse into a bunch of smaller pieces that are going to be simpler, that are going to be make it easier to coordinate. So complexity accumulated slowly. AI removes the friction. It becomes lower. It lowers the cost of adding complexity. Regulations that would require armies can now be monitored automatically. Software can have millions of interdependencies. Organizations can add processes, tracking, and reporting. We can accumulate complexity without feeling the maintenance burden that served as a brake. Short-term AI appears to solve the Tanner's problem. If complexity costs less to maintain, diminishing returns set in later, AI lets us sustain more complexity than was previously possible. Long-term risk, we may be building systems whose complexity exceeds human comprehension. The maintenance cost to shift from expensive to opaque. We can run the systems, but we may not understand them well enough to diagnose failures, simplify when needed, maintain them. New failure modes. Tanner's societies collapsed when they couldn't afford complexity. AI-enabled societies might face different failure modes. Comprehension collapse. Systems become too complex for humans to understand, debug, or govern. Dependency brittleness. Vast complexity becomes sustainable only with AI. Any disruption to AI systems cascades catastrophically. We build complex systems faster than we can evaluate them. Hidden debt accumulation. Tanner's collapse was simplification and return to sustainable complexity levels, and AI accelerated collapse might look different. Sudden incomprehension rather than gradual cost pressure. Cascading system failures. No clear path to system simplification because the systems are too interconnected. AI could help us manage complexity better, modeling systemic risks, identifying redundancies. Complexity has costs, and societies that ignore these costs eventually pay them. Question is whether cheaper to maintain means sustainable or whether we're simply building a larger structure before a harder fall. Yeah, what made me say that is that I basically have heard from various different thinkers that I respect that AI basically, you can think of it like it's increasing the rate at which the current fractures of our society become more prominent. So like if our current system is kind of like a competitive system where winner takes all, it's going to let the winner take all a lot faster, and the amount of inequality that society will experience will materialize a lot faster with AI. I'm going to take all dynamics. Interesting. What is a system? Stocks versus flows, inflow, stock, outflow. Two fundamental loop systems, balancing, reinforcing. Exponential growth or collapse, the system's traps. Tragedy of commons, drift loop. Optimizing for the wrong measure. Gaming the system, shifting the burden. Success. Places to intervene in a system. Number 1, transcending paradigms, mindset paradigm, goals of the system, self-organization. System health, resilience, self-organization, hierarchy. Alright, I think my brain is shutting off, so I'm gonna turn off this live. But I appreciate you staying on so long. And it's been fun to rant and talk about systems theory and economic theory and all of the crazy rabbit holes that we went down. Let me go back here. There we go. So, appreciate it, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching this live stream. The goal is to be doing a lot more of these, actually. I really enjoy the process of just thinking, and I've been figuring out what I want the brand and the brand to be in 2026. And honestly, like I think that open sourcing the thinking process and trying to make sense of really difficult topics live is really fun. And like even if there's one person on it or a couple, it looks like we had a total of 53 people tune in throughout the last 3 hours, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I think it's my goal with all of this is really to open source my thinking process and to kind of show like one of the things that I value most is, and one of the things that I want that I'm starting to preach on the channel is that like original thinking and being able to actually think through problems from first principles and to think through things from first principles is the most important skill that you can have in the AI age. And as a way to try to embody that and to be in integrity with that message, I think open sourcing my thinking process here live, where I essentially work through problems, like extremely hard problems, like what is the future of work? How does one prepare themselves for a post AI economy? What skills does one need to learn? These are extremely challenging problems, but the only way we're going to solve them is by expending a lot of cognitive effort to try to make sense of them. And so I thought my reasoning process was, why don't I just open source that process and live stream the process of trying to make sense of extremely difficult topics. And maybe if I do that enough times, we will eventually start to get clarity on some of these ideas, and then eventually some of these ideas will be clarified down into videos on the channel. But like, I think what I'm realizing with this, 3 hours that I just spent trying to make sense of some of these topics, like these are fucking hard topics to figure out, and like no wonder so many people are kind of spouting the same aphorisms and like messages online, because it's like, yeah, it's freaking hard and difficult to like think through this from first principles and to like figure this stuff out and to like really sit with these ideas and think through them and reason with them. Like it's extremely like this was a challenging 3 hours, but I felt deeply rewarding. And so yeah, very much the goal is to, I think if I did one of these like two of these every single week for the next year, that would definitely be a win. That would be like how much could we, because ultimately the challenge is how does one take an extremely complex idea and make it simple enough that anyone could understand it? Like that is the work. Like how do you get, Forrest Landry actually had this idea that when I talked to him, he called it simplicity, complexity, clarity. You start with a really simple idea, then it becomes more complex as you try to make sense of it, and then ultimately as it becomes more complex, you eventually make sense of it, and then it becomes clear. But clarity is not the same thing as simplicity, even if the message is the same. So I would say the goal here is to try to get as maximum degree of clarity on as many topics in the AI world, definitely. But I think with AI is like literally the biggest cultural force at the moment, that I really think that if you go deep enough into AI, you can go into any other topic that you want, as we saw today: philosophy, religion, economics, psychology, like all these things we talked about today. And so that's kind of the thinking process. And honestly, just creating content, getting in front of the camera, I enjoy it. It feels good. I feel accomplished, and it's cool to interact. Like, people hop on like you and other people, and we have some really interesting conversations, really interesting ideas get brought up. So yeah, I definitely want to do this more often. But yeah, thank you for tuning in, and I appreciate it. And I will see you guys around.